I invite you to take your seat. It is 3:01 in the afternoon on Wednesday, December 10th. It is my honor to call this meeting of the Tallahassee City Commission to order. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are going into the holiday season, it is my honor and privilege to introduce Rabbi Paul Sadlovsky of Temple Israel to be providing us the invocation. If you'll please stand.
Thank you, Mayor Daley and members of the City Commission, for your kind invitation. This Sunday evening will be the first night of Hanukkah. The story originally told was about the victory of a small band of fighters, the Maccabees, defending their religious freedom against a mighty empire who had tried to prevent Jews from practicing our religion. Another story is told of a small container of oil used to light the eternal flame when the temple in Jerusalem was reclaimed. It was enough to last for one day, we are told, but miraculously lasted for 8. Enough time for more oil to be brought so that the temple could be rededicated without disruption. One rabbi named Shammai said we should light all 8 candles on the first night of Hanukkah and decrease the number by 1 each night to symbolize the oil decreasing over the 8 days. But another rabbi named Hillel said that we should begin with 1 candle and add another each night. It was Rabbi Hillel's view that prevailed. For 2,000 years, and certainly in our own day, we remember the importance of this decision. At all times, especially at this coldest, darkest time of the year, we should continue to increase the light we bring into the world. By doing so, we ultimately focus not on physical might, but on the strength of our spirit. Only by bringing increased light into the world can we achieve true peace. My prayer is that all people who want peace work together to stand up to those who oppose it. Just as we hope for such blessing throughout the world, may we in our own beautiful city of Tallahassee model the kind of coexistence, inclusion, and mutual respect that we all need and deserve. Let us hear and support each other and those in need. May we work together to increase light each day in these often dark times and actively help it spread throughout our community as a beacon to others that share our hopes and dreams. On behalf of Temple Israel, my best wishes to all for a Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, and a joyous holiday season and New Year. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Rabbi, I want to thank you for coming to provide the invocation during the holiday season. I am going to give you a second for a plug. You have a wonderful service coming up in January at Temple Israel that I have had the opportunity to come and bring friends. Would you like to make an announcement?
Sure. Should I turn around or should I speak into the mic?
Speaking to the mic would be great.
Okay. Sorry to have my back to everyone making this announcement. On January 23rd, Friday evening at 7 p.m., at Temple Israel, which is at 2215 Mahan Drive, we have what's called an Invite Your Neighbor service. And that is a service to invite all people in our community to bring family, friends, colleagues, relatives, and neighbors to join us and learn what we do at the temple. I'll be explaining all the prayers. We'll take out the Torah scroll at the end. You can have a close-up look. There'll be refreshments and time for informal discussion afterwards. You're invited anytime to come and join us at Temple Israel, but this day, January 23rd, is especially set aside to encourage people to come and learn about us. We look forward to seeing you and welcoming you and as many people as you would like to bring.
Rabbi, thank you. I have had the opportunity, along with Commissioner Richardson, to attend, and it's a beautiful way to bring people of all different faiths together, both in community, but also to learn more about the Jewish religion, and it's just wonderful. Thank you so much, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along. Do we have any agenda modifications, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Okay, I have one modification. I'm pulling 8.05 off of the consent agenda. We have one public speaker. That is 8.05. That will become 9.01. And that is the resolution authorizing the acceptance and expenditure of the low and no emission grant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, I would invite my colleagues to please join me down. We have a series of presentations today. I don't want you stressed. Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful way to start off today with three very special proclamations. I would like to ask Ms. Terry-Ann Barber to come join me, Ella Olayton to come join me, and Mr. Edward Chapman to please come join me as well. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm going to read the beginning of each one of these proclamations because it's similar language, and then I will read the specific language per proclamation, per honoree, and I think you will understand where I'm coming from. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the first week of October has been recognized as Minority Enterprise Development Week by the President of the United States since 1983 and observed locally by the Big Bend Minority Enterprise Development Week Committee. And whereas our community and local economy have been enriched and well served by the goods and services provided by minority and women-owned businesses, and whereas the Big Bend Med Week Committee, a local consortium of agencies operating in our business and entrepreneurial ecosystem that includes the Tallahassee-Leon County Office of Economic Vitality, Florida State University Office of Supplier Diversity, Leon County Schools, the Florida Office of Supplier Diversity, Florida A&M University Small Business Development Center, and local chambers of commerce promote business development and entrepreneurship in the community. Whereas an important activity of the annual Med Week observance is the selection of the Youth Entrepreneur of the Year, with this year's honorees being Ms. Terry-Ann Barber, owner of Tipped by Terry, as this year's Youth Entrepreneur of the Year. Whereas Ms. Barber was born and raised in Tallahassee, Florida, and is currently a senior at Leon High School, where she distinguishes herself as an honor roll student. Ms. Barber is a true entrepreneur at heart. She launched her first business, Anytime Treats, at a very young age. She later created her own lip gloss line, Tea So Balm, before discovering her passion for the nail industry. And whereas for the past 2 years, she has been the creative force behind Tipped by Terry, providing nail services to a growing clientele. From bookkeeping to marketing, Terry-Ann has managed every aspect of her business independently. And whereas beyond academics and business, Terry-Ann is also musically talented and plays the violin as part of the Leon High School Orchestra. Terry-Ann loves to create, inspire, and connect with others. She enjoys exploring new ideas, spending time with family and friends, and using her talents to uplift those around her. She plans to continue pursuing her passions for entrepreneurship after graduation. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize Ms. Terry-Ann Barber, owner of Tipped by Terry, as the 2025 Big Bend Med Week Youth Entrepreneur of the Year, read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated December 10th, 2025. Congratulations. And whereas an important activity of the annual Med Week observance is the selection of the Youth Entrepreneur of the Year Award, with this year's honoree being Ms. Emmanuel Ella Olayton, owner of Ella's World LLC, as this year's Youth Entrepreneur of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, a proclamation. Whereas Ms. Olayton has demonstrated her dedication to her multifaceted business that includes Ella Bella Music, Ella Speaks, Ella's World Apparel and Glow by Ella, an initiative that empowers girls to love and own their own self-worth. Ms. Oletan is a vibrant and talented 12-year-old who has captured hearts across diverse communities throughout her exceptional gifts in singing and theater. And whereas Ms. Oletan currently stars as the young Nala in Disney's The Lion King Rafiki North American Tour, and when not touring, she remains active in her community. There you go. Through her church youth group as a lead vocalist, entrepreneurial ventures, and violinist in the Significant Youth Incorporated Band. A proud 7th grade student at McClay School, she excels academically and participates in the school's music theater program, serves as a student ambassador, and is a former cheerleader and member of the Marauder Dance Company. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize Miss Ella Oletan, owner of Ella's World LLC, as 2025 Big Bend Midweek Youth Entrepreneur of the Year, read into the record in front of each and every one of you here tonight, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated December 10th, 2025. Congratulations, Ella. Come on. And a proclamation from the governing body of the city of Tallahassee. Whereas an important activity of the annual Midweek observance is the selection of a Youth Entrepreneur of the Year, with this year's honoree being Mr. Edward Chapman III, owner of Thirds Drumline LLC, as this year's Youth Entrepreneur of the Year. And whereas Edward has demonstrated his dedication and love of music and teaching beginner drum lessons, when he is not teaching drum lessons, Edward plays in a band, enjoying producing music, and finds his biggest achievement inspiring his peers to pursue their dreams. And whereas Edward began playing drums at 1 year old and is celebrating being in the business for almost a decade. Man, you poor parents, playing drums since you've been 1 year old. All right. And whereas he recently volunteered to play at a free event called Soul Fest, a faith-based concert that brings artists from all different backgrounds and gospel genres to deepen their faith through music. And whereas Edward has a goal to purchase his own building so he can teach multiple drum lessons at once and host music clinics for young people to empower them through music and other activities. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize Mr. Edward Chapman III, owner of Thirds Drumline LLC, as the 2025 Big Bend Midweek Youth Entrepreneur of the Year, read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated December 10th, 2025. Edward, congratulations. Gentlemen, I know that you are just as proud of these young people as we are, and it's absolutely amazing. If you would, I would love to give each one a second to say a word or two about their business, what has inspired them, and the award that they have seen. Started with Tariana, please.
I just want to thank God, because without him, I wouldn't be here. I want to thank my parents for supporting me. That's really all I have to say.
Excellent.
First thing I want to do is I want to thank the Leon County School Board for selecting me for this prestigious award, and I also want to thank my friends and family, and specifically my mother, Tina Johnson, because she believed in me when I felt like I was capable of not being able to do anything. So now I want to give her everything, and I'm also thankful for God for giving me this gift, and I will make sure that I put it in good use and that I give glory to my Creator through what I do. Again, thank you for this award.
I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this gift.
There you go.
I want to thank my parents for and my family for always encouraging me to be my best self. I want to thank Mayor John Daly and the City of Tallahassee for this recognition. I'm truly grateful, and I hope to continue to inspire other youth to become entrepreneurs. Thank you. God bless.
All right. Now, why you in the back? You need to get it. Yeah, there you go. Tell her.
Ladies and gentlemen, to recognize Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox for a special presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, there are those who are queens and then there are those who are queens. And tonight, today, we're here to recognize our queen, Miss Corinne Hobbs, who is Miss Juneteenth, Florida. If she would please come. We have a proclamation. Congratulations. So queenly. Whereas Corinne Elise Hobbs, the reigning Miss Juneteenth, Florida, USA 2025 to 2026, is a lifelong resident of Tallahassee who demonstrates exceptional grace, y'all saw it, intelligence, we know it, and dedication by serving as a positive role model for young people. And whereas Corinne champions her Food is Freedom campaign with zeal, working to reduce food insecurity by partnering with Hunger Fight Florida to help pack, count with me, 141,670 shelf-stable meals and 4,960 books for children to ameliorate? Yeah. Hunger. And increase literacy rates in the Tallahassee Big Bend area to date. And whereas Corinne fosters partnerships with businesses, nonprofits, community leaders, and stakeholders to diminish the impact of food deserts, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to increasing healthy food options in historic Frenchtown, Griffin Heights, and on Tallahassee's South Side. And whereas Corinne's talents shown as she represented our city and state in the Miss Juneteenth USA pageant on October 11, 2025 in Galveston, Texas, earning the award for Best Essay, garnering second place in the National People's Choice competition, and winning the title of Miss Wall Street for most scholarship funds raised to further the Juneteenth mission. You may applaud. Where's Daryl? Jones when you need him. Whereas Corinne shares the Juneteenth message of freedom and commitment to excellence year-round by representing our community at numerous events and speaking engagements where she inspires others to achieve their full potential. And whereas Corinne exemplifies servant leadership on her high school campus and through volunteer work with Kappa Alpha sororities, Pearls of Perfection, the Charmettes Junior Debutantes, the Links Botillion Attendants, and the FAMU Wesley Foundation. And whereas Corinne's Miss Juneteenth reign exemplifies the values of service, leadership, and personal growth that our city holds dear. And whereas Corinne's tireless leadership, loyalty, and invaluable contributions will continue to create positive change in Tallahassee, and her commitment to excellence and service will be remembered and cherished. Now, therefore, he, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in him as mayor of the city of Tallahassee, is hereby recognize Corinne Elise Hobbs for her extraordinary leadership and service to the citizens of Tallahassee, extending appreciation for her dedication and best wishes for a stellar reign. Now, I'm having trouble saying her first name because I'm always calling her Lil Hobbs. Because she is Lil Hobbs. And Mom and Dad are here and the family's here. Family, would you please stand so we can see who produced this village that produced this young leader? Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming. I am truly humbled and honored to have accepted this award. This means so much to me, and the City of Tallahassee is doing an amazing job with dealing with food insecurity here in Florida, and I look forward to partnering with the city in the future. And thank you so much for this award. I want to thank my family for showing up and supporting me, my village, my teachers, and my community, and I'm honored to be here, so thank you.
Hey.
I would now like to invite Mr. John Baker with Neighborhood Affairs to please come forward to recognize our 2025 Neighborhood Leadership Academy graduates. Hey, John. All you? Good to see you.
Mayor, Commissioner, once again, Neighborhood Affairs is proud to present to this group our 2025 Neighborhood Leadership Academy graduates. We've had them for 10 weeks, starting out in September, graduating them in December. They took the opportunity and committed the time to learn about city government, and this afternoon we'd like to recognize them. The graduates that are here, could you join us? Thank you so much. I'm just going to call the list. In fact, the leader for this group for Neighborhood Affairs is Mr. John Doherty, and he has worked with them exceptionally, and so as to not allow me to butcher their names, I'm going to ask John to call their names.
Hello. So not everybody's here, obviously, but I'm going to go through the list, and when I say your name, if you want to just give a little wave so they know who you are. So we have Dr. Marcia Turner with Old Town, Andrea Rideout with Stony Creek Crossing, Dr. Geraldine Harris with Norwood Estates, Sandra Rogers, Sherwood Park, Sherry Johnson, Westover, Renee Alford, Westover, Melissa Templar, Summerbrook, Cindy Underwood, Copper Creek Neighborhood, Gregory Spates, Oak Grove Plantation, Kathy Alabay, Jake Gaither, Jacqueline Brooks, Jake Gaither, Nikiva Mickler, Charleston Ridge Condos, Lynn Jones, Jake Gaither, Jacob Garalva, South City, Helena Sadvari, Brant Hills, John Mayers, Brant Hills, Jessica Williams, Griffin Heights, Enola Killings, Greater Bond, and Elton Thomas, Appalachie Ridge Estates.
Yes, sir.
Last presentation, we'll do up front. We'll do up at the seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give a pitch real quick to our incredible Neighborhood Leadership Academy. If you have not had a chance to participate, I highly encourage you to do so. It is a 10-week commitment, but we bring people from all the different neighborhoods here in Tallahassee together. It's a great way to learn about not only the Tallahassee as a community, but Tallahassee, the city, as an institution in all the different departments. We appreciate their commitment for the last 10 weeks of participating in the academy. Okay, for our last presentation, I would like to invite Carrie Post to join me at the podium up here. I'm going to take my seat, Carrie. You have a very special announcement and presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mayor Daley. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'd like to give a special shout out real quick to Commissioners Diane Williams-Cox and Curtis Richardson, who serve on the Leon County Tourist Development Council. I'd also like to recognize Chairman of the Leon County Tourist Development Council, Michelle Personette, is here with us today. If you raise your hand. Thank you so much.
All right,
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much. So in 1 month, 30 days.
The world comes to Tallahassee.
Bingo. On Saturday, January 10th, Tallahassee will become the center of the global running world. Yeah. So again, I'm so excited to be here today to provide just a really quick overview. It is the 46th annual World Athletics Cross Country Championships coming here to Tallahassee. It is essentially the Olympics of the sport of cross country. It'll be held out at Leon County's Appalachia Regional Park, and it marks the very first World Championship sporting event that Tallahassee has ever hosted.
Wow.
So this moment really does represent, I always like to say, it's a 15-year overnight success because we have been working, certainly many of us on the TDC, of growing the cross-country program out at Appalachia Regional Park over the last 15 years. We've hosted every single either local, regional, state, national cross-country championship we possibly can. We 2 years ago, remember, we hosted the NCAA Division I's, but 5 years ago, we threw our hat in the ring to host the world's cross-country championship. And it's hard to believe. It was 5 years ago, and now we got 30 days to go. So holy cow. Let me see, am I pointing in the right direction? There we go. Okay. Again, so excited. This event will bring incredible, tremendous global visibility for Tallahassee. Currently, we are expecting over 500 elite teams of athletes from 65 countries. 65 countries. And these are not just participants. They are the best runners in the world. We're going to see Olympic gold medalists, world record holders from nations like Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Europe, Asia, and of course the U.S., all converging right here on Tallahassee in a month. So like I said, this global competition on Saturday, January 10th, mark your calendar, features 5 world championship races. And it's immediately followed by a community fun run that's taking place on the very same world championship course. We're expecting thousands of spectators from lots of local residents and then also around Florida and across the U.S. and, of course, around the globe. So far, I checked this morning that we have sold tickets in 49 states.
Wow.
49 states, people that are coming. We need Nebraska.
I'm about to say, who's missing?
Knows anybody in
Who's missing?
Nebraska?
Them corn huskers.
We need, but I mean, and all over the globe. But that was fine. It was like, yay, we got 49 states. I'm like, well, what's up in Nebraska? So we have to work on to get all 50 states coming. We have
Yeah.
spectators coming here, all spectators. But beyond the direct visitor spending, which obviously this is a huge economic impact, literally millions of dollars. But the marketing value for us, this community, for hosting this event is immense. The event will be broadcast live in over 70 countries on NBC and Peacock. It's basically a 2-hour commercial for Tallahassee and Leon County. And so again, really situating us as a premier destination. So again, we're very, very excited that it's, again, 30 days away. For those of y'all that have maybe been out to Appalachia Regional Park, and I know many of you have, and certainly and not just to drop off your old paint, but actually to actually come and check out some of the championships. Visit Tallahassee, the Leon County Division of Tourism. We intentionally leveraged the strength of Florida's global tourism brand in pitching the event. Our sunshine, blue waters, natural landscape, which of course all elevate Tallahassee and Leon County's visibility international. The World Championship course itself is a tribute to Tallahassee and Florida's natural beauty. We have created 6 custom-designed challenge elements to bring this identity to life. Like, again, track and field, that's running. They just run in a circle and outside. Cross-country is meant to be a challenge. It's meant to be, these are the fastest runners across various terrain. So we're erecting buildings out there right now. We're going to have a whole city, temporary buildings. Don't worry the planning people. I mean, it's like, no, it's temporary buildings. So last month. Again, we're building a city out there. I mean, this is truly the Olympics of the sport of cross country. And so first, runners are going to start and run through a 100-foot replica of the historic Capitol. Imagine that. So that's where they start. They're going to face roller coaster hills. We've just shored up some hills. They're going to run through sand. They're going to run through water. They're going to run through mud that's going to be representative of the Everglades. There's going to be like alligators, but they're not to worry. They're carved out of fallen trees in the park. And so people, look, we had to have Florida, we're welcome in the world here. We got to have alligators, but the people will know that they are not real alligators. So they have to run across that. So again, I mean, it's all really a tip of the hat to, again, to Tallahassee and to Florida. Oops. Here we go. But this event is not just for the elite athletes. We want the entire community to be involved, not just to welcome the world here, but to come out and witness history out at Appalachia Regional Park, put a team together. So on race day, the afternoon of the 5 World Championship races are in the morning. The award ceremony goes from 1 to 2, and then we open it up for a World's Fun Run, the Florida edition. So it's open to the public. And so they can run through the exact same course that the world champions do. The mud, everything. Like I said, it's going to be exciting. So we're encouraging everybody to come out to watch, or better yet, please consider putting a team together. Get your friends or your family, and we got some really nice medals too that we give for completing, and the big ones. It's just going to be a lot of fun. But, so please consider putting a team together. You don't have to run, you can walk. I know I'm going to be walking. Truly on the course that just produced these World Championship runners. I do want to give a shout out to the Department of Place, who has already registered a team to be in the fun run. I know they're over here, and I just get such a kick out of this. Their team name is Running in Place.
Ain't that cute?
But I love it. There's going to be some stiff competition, I know, so we got to watch that. There'll be for spectators there, again, very much a festival atmosphere. If you've ever been out to any of our regular cross-country championships that we do, we create a very fun atmosphere. So again, there's going to be fan zones with beach parties, Everglades. It's going to be great. What's also important is we're giving back with this event, and a portion of the ticket sales and the fun run registrations are going to the Leon County Schools Foundation to support local schools cross-country programs. So again, I mean, we've got to have a legacy, And really, it's a testament to all the partners in the community, the schools, everybody has been just so supportive of this. It's been a long time coming. It's hard to believe that it's 30 days away. But again, we are so excited to be bringing this event to our community. So in closing, I mean, this really is a historic moment for Tallahassee and Leon County. Our community is stepping onto the world stage. So you can get more information. You can, of course, scan the QR code. Visit Tallahassee.com is where you can find additional information. So again, we want to invite everybody to join us for these World Championship races. And now here's a quick video to get you a little excited as we welcome the world to Tallahassee.
And we're off and racing the final event here.
Roll.
Raises the arms out, and he's going to take out the title.
So we are ready to welcome the world to Tallahassee on January 10th of 2026. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. We want everybody involved. Thank you to the TDC that's been tremendously supportive this whole way. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Kerry Post, you're one of the best in the business.
Absolutely.
This is very exciting. Thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Certainly do appreciate it. Let me just reemphasize what Kerry just said. I want to encourage everybody to come out. We are literally hosting the world. Let's show them that Tallahassee charm, and let's open up the doors proverbially and welcome everybody to our community. That is all the presentations that we have today. Do we have any announcements coming before the City Commission at this time?
No, sir.
We are on appearances by other boards and governmental entities, 7.01, the 2025 Affordable Housing Advisory Committee report and recommendations. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Each year you receive an annual report from the AHAC Committee, which is the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, of which Mayor Pro Tem Richardson is your representative. This year I have Dr. Kimball Thomas. I want to also recognize Dr. Christopher Daniels, the AHAC chair, and I'll ask Dr. Thomas to come forward to share some comments.
Dr. Thomas, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Commissioners. Again, our annual AHAC report is before you. And again, it's required for all municipalities that receive SHIP funding from the state, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, due by the end of the month. And again, we've had a great AHAC this year, a lot of robust conversation. And the chair of our AHAC, I want you to know this item's been vetted by the AHAC and fully supported. And our chair, Dr. Christopher Daniels, is here with a statement. Thank you.
Dr. Daniels.
All right. So on behalf of the Tallahassee Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, it is a pleasure to submit the 2025 AHAC Committee Report of Recommendations. We discuss plans and reports related to the affordable housing, such as the city's HUD Consolidated Plan, Strategic Plan, SHIP Annual Report, and the HUD Annual Report. Discussions also included topics requested by members such as update on the Live Local Act, the county's new home ownership development program, innovative affordable housing programs, Community Reinvestment Act funding, and equity sharing for down payment assistance. Thank you so much for allowing us to serve our community and the city in this way. We extend our deep appreciation for your service and your commitment to affordable housing in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the Mayor Pro Tem for some comments and for a motion. Thank you for your service as well. I'm sorry, I'm coming back to you. I apologize. And then I will come to you for motion and comments as well.
Again, thank you, and just want you to know that myself and our housing manager, Gene Emerson, is here to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, Dr. Thomas, y'all do an amazing job. Gene, thank you so much for everything. Wonderful job. Okay, we have questions. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and as you can tell, I've lost my voice, so hopefully it'll last through the meeting. Thank you for serving on the committee. I did have a couple of questions. It looks like for every recommendation made, we're just going to keep doing what the city's already doing. And in many cases, what was recommended we're already doing is already being done. So my question is why that is because we know that there are more things that we could be doing. We're not doing absolutely everything. Is that a capacity issue? Is that a communication issue. I assume that staff is communicating with the committee regularly so that you're giving that input that we're doing this. But I want to make sure that we're getting the most out of the volunteer time that committee members are giving and participating. So could someone explain why we're...
Dr. Daniels?
Explain that.
Certainly, Dr. Daniels can chime in. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. And again, all through this process, the meetings we have, the group feels like we have some very good strategies, and we've been very intentional about how we've increased housing stock in the city. They like the directions that we're taking, and so they have unanimously approved where we are right now. We will be exploring different strategies as we go into another calendar year. And Dr. Daniels, I don't know if you want to add anything.
The city of Tallahassee actually has a lot of very strong affordable housing programs. When you compare them to other cities around a lot across the state of Florida and across the Southeast in general. So we actually are very happy with what we have. Of course, there's always things that we can look into. So as new opportunities come up, we consider those. But what we have right now is working pretty well. We have to just continue to do more and more and more.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I would like to challenge us because I can tell you from having researched this very deeply and studied this in my graduate program that while we do have many great programs here, there are dozens of tools that we are not utilizing that would not require funding, would be policy changes, would be changes to our comp plan. So I hope that next year that there are recommendations that, something new for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, for comments as our representative on the AHAC and for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Porter, I would be more than happy to have you come to a meeting and share those ideas with us. We do get a lot of great information from staff, and as a committee, we decided this year that we were doing all that we could to the extent that we could, and that's why we didn't make any additional recommendations. So we'd love to have your input on that. We'd welcome that. It has been indeed my pleasure to serve as the commission's representative on AHAC. Since coming to the commission in 2014, affordable housing has been one of my personal priorities. And I was so happy that when we developed our strategic plan, our 5-year strategic plan for the city of Tallahassee, second only to public safety was the development of affordable housing. And that's not, what affordable to me might not be affordable to my neighbor in the South Side neighborhood where I live. So we want to make sure that there is affordable housing across the gamut of incomes in our community. It's coincidental that just this morning I did an interview for Channel 6 at the Elmington at Lake Bradford apartment complex on Kissimmee Street. It's a 158-unit, truly affordable housing development for incomes at or below 80% of the average median income. 39 of those units are designated for individuals who are either coming out of homelessness or in danger of becoming homelessness, individuals or families. And so we're proud of what we're doing here in the city of Tallahassee. I know that we lead the state. Housing affordability, that's the political buzzword these days, is affordability, housing affordability being one of those. But I know we're leading the state and probably the nation in how we address the issue of housing in our community. And I'm proud of this commission for establishing that as one of our top priorities. We have a wonderful staff that does a great job of making sure that we're addressing this issue in our community. It is so important for individuals and families, and I think we're doing a great job. Is there more that can be done? Of course, but I think we're leading the pack when it comes, I see the Boy Scout over there. I said leading the pack. Yeah, okay.
Motion for approval?
I want to move that we approve the report of the AHAC for submission to the state of Florida.
I'll second that motion.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you are recognized.
Having served on the AHAC to represent the Planning Commission when I was on the Planning Commission, this work is not new work, it's deep work, and it's a sign of commitment. And I appreciate the work that is being done. I appreciate the planning that's being done. One size does not fit all. And so we are doing our best, I believe, to make sure that we do what fits for Tallahassee, not only now, but for the future. And I appreciate, Dr. Thomas, you also being willing to accept when on early Sunday mornings or Saturdays when I'm getting my news, I see people doing affordable housing in other communities, what have you. I'm sending you articles. And when I go to conferences and I see what they're doing and I send it, thank you for being receptive, because that's where we get our feedback as well as to what else can be done, because, you know, we don't corner the market on strategies. Others are doing it as well. So I appreciate you being open and willing to accept those things that we're sending to you. So keep up the great work.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
One
Yes,
other
sir.
comment. I want to thank our chairman, Mr. Christopher Daniels, who is a local contractor, and he is leading in this community in the development of affordable housing. So, Chris, thank you for the work that you do, not only as our chairman, but helping us to address this issue locally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion for approval that's been made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you very much. We are now on the consent agenda. Item 8.05 has been pulled and renumbered 9.01. Have any other items been pulled from the agenda?
No, sir.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any comment on any other items on the consent agenda that need to be pulled?
No, sir.
Excellent.
Approval of the consent agenda.
Consent agenda has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Are there any other comments on the consent agenda? Excellent. I would just like to say I am personally very excited about 8.04 in particular, which is the housing funding of tune of $740,000 going to the Griffin Heights Neighborhood Association for their Neighborhood First program. I enjoyed being at the meeting. Mr. Austin, thank you. Mr. President, we appreciate it. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We are now on item number 9.01. To introduce this item, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item, originally numbered 805, seeks the City Commission's approval to adopt Resolution 25-R-39, which authorizes the acceptance and expenditure of the fiscal year 2025 Federal Transportation Administration Low or No Emission Grant. A little bit about that grant, and this year, again, we've been very successful. We've had a good run of success seeking these grants, in particular in Star Metro. If approved, this one would total $10.3 million, $8.8 million of which is the grant, and $1.3 million would be in a match using toll credits. It's considered a soft match. It would not take direct funds from the City of Tallahassee. The grant would fund buses and charging stations consistent with our vision for a green energy future. And if accepted, it would total $30.9 million in FTA grant funding since just 2023. We have staff here if you have any additional questions on the matter, and we seek the Commission's approval of this item.
Excellent. Let's go to public comment. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do have one speaker on the item. That speaker is Grant Gears.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you Mr. Grant Gears. Mr. Gears, if you will come with your father and join us at the podium. Mr. Gears is a local scout who is working on a communications badge through his troop. He has selected this item to speak on. Mr. Gears, welcome to your City Commission chambers. Will you please introduce yourself for the record and tell us what troop you are a member of?
Good afternoon. My name is Grant Peters. I live at 4666 River Plantation Road. I am part of Boy Scout Troop 109.
All right, Grant.
Mr. Gears, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Grant Gears from Troop 109, and I would like to speak in favor of Resolution 25R39, which will give us cleaner air, less noise, and saves tax money. Cleaner air. Diesel buses make a lot of pollution. Electric buses produce no gas, which gives us better and cleaner air quality for kids with asthma. Less noise. Diesel buses are very loud, unlike electric buses, since they don't run on diesel. If you were to walk in Cascades, wouldn't you rather have a quiet walk? Even if there's still noise from other cars, it is still significantly quieter. Saving money on fuel. Have you seen how expensive diesel fuel has been lately? Electric vehicles cost much less to operate. Less cost equals less taxes to the citizens. In conclusion, supporting Resolution 25R39 is supporting cleaner air, less noise, and lower costs. I hope the Council will take this into consideration and pass the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm convinced. Absolutely. Mr. Gears,
Got my vote.
great job. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other public comment on this item?
No additional speakers, Mayor.
Excellent. Grant, very proud of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am also a troop leader, along with Grant's father for Troop 109 at Faith Presbyterian Church. That's Dr. Billy Gears, who is director of the, if I get this correctly, Emergency Services Emergency Room. Dr. Gears at TMH Hospital. Great. Thank you so much for what you do as well. I've spent many evenings around the campfire with that gentleman at Boy Scout camps as troop leaders. I know Commissioner Matlow is also a Scout father. I know that Commissioner Richardson serves on the Swanee River Area Council for Boy Scouts of America. It is great to have
Scouting
you.
America.
Scouting America, excuse me. And it's great to have you in chambers, and congratulations. If you need me to sign off on your badge, I will do that later, okay?
All right, great.
I will make the motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, made by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are now on City Commission item 10.01, the Science Advisory Committee appointment. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. The Science Advisory Committee is comprised of 9 members, with 7 appointed by the Board of County Commissioners and 2 members appointed by the City Commission. Bill Landing and Bill Lessman are both eligible for and interested in reappointment for terms that will commence immediately and will expire on September 30th of 2029. Staff recommends both for reappointment.
Excellent. Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
So moved.
Properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously, 5-0. Item 10.02, the Environmental Board appointment. Mr. Cook.
In March of 2025, Jonas Goldstein was appointed as an alternate to the Environmental Board in Seat 8. Staff now recommends appointment of Mr. Goldstein to serve in Seat 3, which is a voting seat of the board. He would serve out the unexpired portion of a current term. That term began on November 1st, 2024, and will expire on October 31st, 2027. So staff recommends appointment of Jonas Goldstein to Seat 3.
Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously, 5-0. Item 10.03, Mr. Clerk.
The Airport Advisory Committee has a vacant seat which came open earlier this year due to a resignation of a member. Michael Dalby is recommended to serve out the unexpired portion of the current term, which expires in June of 2026, and then also appoint him to the first full term, which would commence on July 1st of 2026 and expire on June 30th, 2029.
Excellent. Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously, 5-0. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee appointment, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you again, Mayor. Lacey McMullen serves on Seat 10 and has a term which expires on December 31st of 2025. is eligible and interested in reappointment to a term which would commence on January 1st of next year and expire on December 31st of 2028. Staff recommends reappointment.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Great, colleagues.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Item 10.05, Council on Cultural Arts. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, sir. Seat 4 on the Council on Culture and Arts is currently vacant and has a term which began just a month or two ago on October 1st of 2025. Staff recommends that you appoint Segundo Fernandez to seat 4.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do have one speaker on the item, Mayor. That speaker is Summer Callahan. And as I call the name, all speakers will come to the podium as young Mr. Gears did earlier and speak at the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes for remarks. There's a light in front of the mayor which will begin green and turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Summer Callahan, 6846 Donerail Trail, and it won't take 3 minutes. I'm just here on behalf of Kathleen Spihar from COCA, and we wanted to extend our sincere thanks to the mayor and the commission for approving this appointment and for your continued support of arts in the community.
All right. Excellent. While we're on the item real quick, well, first of all, is there a motion?
So moved.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. I'll give Commissioner Matlow the second. Shout out to COCA for an incredible event last Friday here in City Hall to kick off Winterfest. It was the student art exhibit and award ceremony, and as always, they did an incredible job, and it was wonderful. I'm going to back up, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I forgot. Commissioner Matlow is our representative on COCA. Commissioner Matlow, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move appointment of Mr. Fernandez.
Excellent. Properly moved by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, and I apologize for that, Commissioner Matlow. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other appointments to come before us today?
No, sir.
Madam Attorney, any introduction of ordinances tonight?
No, Mr. Mayor.
We're on policy formation and direction 12.01. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me invite Assistant City Manager Christian Doolin to come forward. He will share a presentation. This item seeks your approval for the sale of the golf course parcel at 833 Santa Rosa Drive, otherwise known as Capital City Country Club. This would authorize me or my designee to complete the documents necessary to execute the transaction. I'd like to also acknowledge and ask Assistant City Manager Doolin to recognize representatives from the Capital City Country Club that are here today, as well as representatives from Florida A&M University. You do have a full analysis in your agenda material. That analysis was at your request at your meeting in October. Staff did a thorough review, and we're prepared to present that information to you today for your consideration. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Doolin.
Doolin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Manager and Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update since the October meeting. Since then, significant work has been done on the grounds of the commemoration site that's been presented in the item, and I will cover today. Additionally, I've been in ongoing contact with several folks here today, and as the manager requested, I'd like to recognize. Today we have Mr. Baggett, the chair of the Capital City Country Club. We also have the COO of FAMU, Mr. Lawson. Thank you for coming. We also have the FAMU golf coach who is here via telephone right now. And also several neighborhood association representatives who know my face well, and I've gotten to know them over the past few months. This input has been incorporated into layers of protections, which I'll go over, which achieve the community's priority, the commission's direction for publicly accessible commemoration site, operation of an open space 18-hole golf course, and access and use of that golf course in permanence. Finally, at the last meeting, you directed staff consider some financial scenarios that are detailed in the operating snearios in the item. And those would occur at the conclusion of the lease. I'll be sure to present that today as well. Dante, I'm going to ask you to advance the slide. Since your October meeting, multiple crews have been working on the presented schedule that I presented last time to finish the work at the commemoration site. We are on track, probably in advance of the schedule I laid out. A lot of good progress has been made. What you're looking at here is some of that activity. Several activities have been completed, including all of the utility locates that were required to get started, clearing of the area, the tree work, the debris removal, establishing the pathway, establishing the footers for a knee wall and the fence, masonry foundation, placement of a historical marker. And then in addition, just yesterday, I think, the location and striping of all the parking and the traffic line on the street, in addition to multiple traffic calming improvements have occurred right in front of the commemoration site. Dante, if you could advance it, thank you. And then in terms of ongoing activity and what's next, this work is going to continue until it's completed. There's still brick columns and knee wall masonry that needs to be completed. I understand that begins this Friday and may be completed then. An ornamental fence will be installed. It's been marked off, and again, the footers for that have been completed. And then landscaping and irrigation all around the area, and then finally a site punch list and close out those activities. So a lot of activity has occurred on that site. In terms of engagement and the protections and bringing that up to date since October, for the past 3 months, as you know, we have stayed in continuous engagement with the neighborhoods, citizens who have been providing feedback. The item includes Myers Park and Woodland Drive Neighborhood Associations statements expressing their preference, their opposition, their preference to decline the offer to purchase the parcel, and also extensive recommendations and protections against any further development, the preservation of the commemorative area and access to that area, and then current open space use as a golf course. Back in October, I shared with you the elements of the current lease elements of the current lease with the Capital City Country Club. And then, and hold off for a second, Dante, the layers of additional protections that have been worked in at the neighborhoods, based on the neighborhood's feedback, that have been incorporated into the documents, the purchase and sale agreement, that's based on your direction attached to the item. Since the item was published, I do want to include that Woodland Drive Neighborhood Association provided further recommendations. And some of those were represented on the last slide. You could see those would include reversionary clauses and taking the language that we updated from October in multiple documents and then putting them in all of every single document that was included. The updated package could include, and Dante, I know this is going to be tricky. Let me see if I could get this with I can't. So just, you can hit these as I say each one. A deed restriction. I'm going to take some time to walk through this package. The deed restriction is going to require that the property operates as an 18-hole golf course. Based on neighborhood recommendation, that's been updated since October to include language that no further future development could occur and that it would be binding in perpetuity. And then a deed reservation for commission approval for any subsequent transfer of the land, a utility easement, a perpetual use agreement that runs with the land. It provides for the same as the deed restriction. It's also been updated like the deed restriction to include no further future development of that land and language stating that this is irrevocable and binding in perpetuity, which we heard at the last meeting and was requested by the neighborhood. There's another agreement that will run with the land for any, throughout future and permanence. It would allow for the cemetery commemoration and maintenance, it would allow the city to continue to operate, maintain, and repair the pathway, the site, the burial site, and the ornamental fence. It preserves our ability to make sure that is maintained, and that would run permanently in the future with the land. And then finally, a zoning request. That's an agreement that would complete the rezoning from its current state today, which is a land use of open space and a zoning of RP2 that would now unify the entire parcel under the same land use and zone. Additionally, the item includes one more, Dante, the FAMU agreement that's been signed between Capital City and FAMU. That MOU will do several things. It does several things today, which was a question at the last meeting, and it could achieve more under the proposed sale. Today, the agreement makes the course available for practice opportunities, which I'm sure you will hear, partnerships on events and fundraisers, for the student body and for FAMU. Were the commission to vote to sell, the terms included do several things. The land will only or can only be used as an 18-hole golf course. It must remain open space and natural and scenic. The restrictions apply permanently, and they run with the land. No future owner could transfer that property without this commission's approval. And then the open space character is reinforced by the permanent, historic, and cemetery preservation obligations in that agreement. For FAMU, the sale of the parcel would mean completion of needed course improvements. And those are necessary, as we heard last time, for required championship quality conditions up to the standards for NCAA collegiate tournament and golf competition. Real estate and the attorneys have taken this feedback and recommendations to heart. They put layers of these protections in to ensure, to the best of the organization's ability, the property will remain a golf course as it is today in the future, and it wouldn't change or be transferred without the City Commission's permission. If we could go to the next slide, Dante, thank you. Regarding the scenarios, this item provided information regarding several scenarios requested by the commission in October. And as you know, before you consider these scenarios, the property is currently encumbered by a lease. So were you to choose not to sell today, the lease would remain in place, and it would be operated at the discretion of Capital City through 2055. If the city retained the property in 2055 and wished to maintain the area as a park or a green space that would be groomed, not necessarily groomed, but mowed, it would cost roughly $220,000 annually in today's dollars. And then for something more passive or forested and a maintenance approach that was a little more passive, staff estimates that would be around $80,000 annually. It would also require roughly $100,000 in initial debris removal and other areas of the site that has not been cleared yet. If the city were to add a third municipal golf course, the item provides several details on that. The city would incur a significant financial loss. Staff estimates between $3.4 and $3.6 million annually. A little context for that. Our courses today are unusual in the amount of play in our region. Today, our courses are doing well. They serve their purpose. They enjoy the highest annual rounds of golf play among all the courses in our area. And our city revenues are generally matching our expenses. Staff have done extensive analysis regarding the rounds. What we see today is the prevailing play on all of the golf courses, the investment that would be required, and taking into account several things like acquisition of land, a new clubhouse that doesn't exist on today's parcel, the significant capital funding that would be required. Adding a third course builds to this estimation annually of $3.4 to $3.6 million in a deficit. Both scenarios represent a financial loss to the city at the conclusion of the lease. This analysis is consistent with the valuation of the parcel, which we've presented twice. If you remember, at your direction, we ordered a second appraisal of the Capital City parcel, and that second appraisal included 15 comps. Locally, we've also looked at two recent sales, which are somewhat dated. They aren't in the appraisal, but they are also consistent with both appraisals, and they're indicative of the value of the land. Based on the property appraiser's record and the information on that site, looking at Killarn and Southwood, the 277-acre golf parcel in Southwood was sold in 2018. That acreage also includes a clubhouse, and it was sold for $586,000. In 2022, in Killarn, the 267-acre golf course also includes a clubhouse and some other structures, was sold for $2.6 million. So today, the sale recommended today is only the land. It's only the city-owned land. It is roughly 90 to 100 acres less. And again, that is appraised at $1.26 million. If you could advance the slide. As it relates to current financing options, the treasurer clerk offered some insight, which is in the item. And as a summary, the city cannot borrow the money to provide for the club's use directly, but it can as was requested, the city could borrow money and improve our own property directly. The clerk in that instance would recommend that investment be recovered through the lease, and then matching the payments of that borrowing to the terms of the lease, so a shorter time frame of 10 to 15 years. Then, Dante, if you could advance the slide one more time. The option before you today is the sale of the parcel to Capital City, subject to the permanent terms and conditions that are included in the purchase and sale agreement that have been attached for the item, and in the amount of $1.255 million. Now, Mr. Lawson, if you'd like, I'd like to invite you for your comments from FAMU before any remarks followed by the coach who is on the phone, and also Mr. Baggett is here for any questions as well.
Great to see you.
Hey, good afternoon.
For the record, please.
Mayor, how are you? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, how are you? Commissioners? I'll be brief this afternoon. I just want to speak in support of the agreement. As you heard, it allows FAMU's golf team access to the course for practice and tournament events. The beauty of it is that as the transaction takes place, the course will be upgraded to NCAA standard as well as PGA standards. So in the past, we have enjoyed a nice relationship with the country club, but this just allows us to take it to a different level with the improvements that will be made. So we stand in full support of the agreement and ask for your thorough consideration. And at this point, I'd ask that we bring on Coach Mike Rice electronically. There he is, and I'll let him share his thoughts as well.
Coach, are you with us?
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Doing well, Coach Rice. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Pro Tem, and Commissioners. First of all, thank you for having me on here to talk. I think the capital city would be a huge for our guys. Being able to be out there all the time would be great. But just so you know, I'm Mike Rice, head golf coach at FAMU. This is my 7th year. Kind of give you some background on the team. I think the community could say that they're proud of what we've done. We won the first SWAC championship last year, which is the first in the history of golf, and we were national championships the year before and 5 years ago. And I remember spending some time with you, Mayor, to where when we won the first MEAC championship in the history of the university. So we've done some really cool things and done some really good stuff in the last 5-6 years. But to say that, some of the issues we have this year, especially, are just moving forward. Our guys, our GPA is well above 3.0, so they do well in the classroom and they do well on the golf course. So obviously scholar athletes and just great athletes. Many of our players, they come from backgrounds that are not ideal economically, and because of that, we've been able to kind of help them and their families along. But having Capital City, Capital City is less than a mile from the university. Our guys could walk there if they had to, which right now we can't say that, right? We don't have that access right now, but and based on FAMU's memorandum of understanding with the golf club, if and when the course is transformed and ready for collegiate play, which I know the enhancements are going to make it that way, we'll have access not only for practice but also for tournaments as well, which quite frankly, we haven't hosted a collegiate event in 7 years, and really because we don't have a golf course to do that. It'd be great to bring in universities from all over the country to showcase Tallahassee and showcase Capital City. We know what the history is out there. It's the oldest golf course in Tallahassee. It's a unique
Coach,
place.
Coming to
very
the end of your
unique.
3 minutes. Just a quick heads up. If you can
Yes, sir.
wrap
Thank
up
you.
your remarks, that'd be great.
I sure will. But again, having access out there for our guys is huge. Like I said, not just proximity to the golf course, but just to have a place for them that they can call home. Again, I thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
If you wouldn't mind, stick around just in case there's any questions. So, Mr. Lawson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That concludes my remarks, and you've
Excellent.
heard from our coach, so we'll entertain any questions.
Excellent. Before we get into public comment, we have about 25 speakers. Any questions for Mr. Doolin or Mr. Lawson or for Coach Pice?
Not a question, but I wanted to recognize Vice President Government Affairs, Ms. Michelle Robinson from Florida A&M is also here.
Excellent. Wonderful. That's great. Mr. Lawson, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's begin with public comment.
Okay, Mayor, our first speaker is Charles Benz, and then Janet Clem will be second. And again, as with our earlier speakers, 3 minutes each, and you've seen the lighting system as well as the 30-second heads up.
Excellent. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Charles Benz. I live at Stonehouse Road in Tallahassee. I spoke at the last commission meeting on this, and I'm speaking again. And as I was preparing for this, and I talked to people on the phone, and my wife overhears it, and she says, well, gee, that's $1.25 million the city's going to get. And I said, but it's only 1/10 of 1%. And she said, well, what is that? So I said, well, let's look at us. I retired 20 years ago, don't do consulting anymore. Our annual income is $85,000 to $90,000 a year. Coincidentally, the average household income for a city resident is $85,000. So I told my wife, with a 1/10 of 1% increase in our income, we get to spend $1/4 a day. That's all. She said, really, that's all? Yes. $1.25 million to the city is equivalent to $1/4 a day. If you sell this and you get the $1.255 million at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, it's gone by 5 o'clock that afternoon. It's nothing. It's inconsequential. Yet you're going to give away 178 beautiful acres forever. It's ludicrous. Now, the city didn't seek to sell this. But it wasn't on your radar until they suddenly say, hey, we want to buy it. Then they say they need it for repairs and upgrades. I've played that course. Your cart paths have been falling apart for years. They knew that the greens needed to be rebuilt. Did they plan for it? No. They're in this predicament because they failed to charge their members enough fee to set it aside for future repairs. They failed. They want us to bail them out. They say they need the land so that they secure loans. They've got 9.2 acres with a clubhouse, a banquet facility, wedding venue, a bar, a restaurant, a pool, tennis courts. It's got equity. Or against that, you'll get a financial company that will put a lien on that and lend you money. Do that. You don't need to own the land. They already said they're not going to close if they don't own the land. The lease will continue. And the FAMU commitment, that can happen whether they own it or not. Hopefully.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
All right. To go quickly, there's contingencies in there, provisions, restrictions that say we're going to guarantee that the land is going to stay there. Baloney. We live in the state of Florida where Governor DeSantis and his Republican legislature and handpicked Supreme Court has taken away local rule day after day after day.
You're at 3 minutes.
And they'll do it if you sell this land by this legislative session. They will take away local rule, and there'll be buildings all over their property.
Thank you very much.
Here's my quarter.
Our next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Janet Clem.
I'm going to leave my quarter.
Janet
Maybe
Clem,
we can all leave a
followed
quarter
by
and we can have coffee.
Alda Balthorpe Lewis.
Our next speaker, please. Your name and address for the record.
Janet Clem, and I live at, not a public speaker. It's Janet Clem, and I live at 1119 Clark Avenue with my husband. We've been there for a long time and have really enjoyed this area, as have many other people who are not even in the neighborhood. The whole region enjoys the green spaces that have been created by the city. in the past and more recently with Cascades Park. And most of us include the country club and the green spaces of the golf course in that. So the property's a real gem, and it draws so many people from so many places, both in town and nearby. And it's mostly the green spaces that are there. With the advent of proposed changes in Woodland Drive to the density in the comp plan that we didn't really know a whole lot about, and the communication that hasn't been that great, as shown by delay in submitting the comprehensive plan and doing the research on it, it just seems like it's a little bit hurried and not quite particularly thought out as well as it could be. I'm just going to leave you with this. Imagine if the people in New York City, the founders of New York City, had, instead of deciding to make a park, had decided, we just need to build it. New York City and that park would, without forethought, would have had the same land, instead of for people using and enjoying, it'd be like so many other cities that you can't even recognize one from another because it's just looks all the same. It's almost indistinguishable from every other blighted areas in what a lot of people call Generica. We really don't want to see that happen in Tallahassee, and specifically with the country club there. I think we should use it, and as a result, I think we should vote no on your option 1 of selling it until we have more solid assurances. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alda Balthrop Lewis, followed by Jeff Blair.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Alda Balthrop Lewis. It's good to see you. When the city owns something, what that means is that the taxpayers own it. Since leasing the land to Capital City Country Club in 1956, taxpayers have been subsidizing the operations of the club by offering them 178 acres at no annual cost. The benefit to us taxpayers of that long subsidy is the club's custodianship of the land and our continued ownership of the land. We want to keep what we have been paying for all this time, and we are here to ask you nicely to stop the sale. Please say no to the letter of interest. I have lots more reasons on this sheet, which I delivered to all of your offices on Monday evening, but was not allowed to bring into this building. This is contraband. If you would like to stop the sale and want to receive updates about these issues, I have an email list, so I would like to keep in touch with you. Now, this is harder. It is also true that there is a cemetery at the golf course. Based on reporting by the Tallahassee Democrat, this cemetery includes the unmarked graves of at least 25 and as many as 100 people. And since our last meeting, the city and the club have done quick work of initiating the process for the installation of the commemorative site that should have been completed in October of 2021. What the club has not agreed to do is to stop driving golf carts over human burials. The thing is, there are laws about unmarked human burials. Those laws are laid out in section 872.05 of the Florida statutes. Subsections 1, 4, and 6 seem to apply in this case. I will read you the first sentence of the section. It is the intent of the legislature that all human burials and human skeletal remains be accorded equal treatment and respect based upon common human dignity without reference to ethnic origin, cultural background, or religious affiliation. The section goes on to describe the process required by law upon the discovery of unmarked human burials. That process includes, most importantly, an effort by the state archaeologist to identify the people who are buried and to contact those with direct kinship. The state archaeologist must consult with anyone found to have direct kinship to ensure that the family and descendants of the buried can make their preferences known for final disposition.
You're at 30 seconds.
As important as the work on the commemorative site has been, and I have spoken with Delatry and the NAACP Executive Committee, who've been doing great work, the commemorative site was planned by a committee appointed by the city. The Florida statutes do not describe the appointment by the city of a committee to determine how to memorialize unmarked graves. What the law describes is a process that aims at finding the closest kin. That process has not yet been initiated, as it should have been in 2019.
You're at
I'm
3
requesting that the City Commission pause the discussion of the sale while it works to fulfill its obligations under the law. This includes
time's expired.
contacting the state medical examiner to inform them,
Thank you very
as
much.
they
Your
should have
time
been
has
informed in
expired.
2019, that there are
Thank you very
people
much. Your
in
time has
unmarked
expired, please.
graves buried at Capital City Golf Course.
You're out of order. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak. I'm asking you to work with me to make sure that everybody has enough time to speak and that we stick with the limits. We have a lot of speakers on this item, and we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to be heard. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jeff Blair, and then Greg Uchok.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Daley, commissioners, and staff. I'm Jeff Blair, 1803 Old Fort Drive. First, I would like to thank Christian Doolin for being responsive to our requests and revising the purchase and sale documents by adding irrevocable perpetual deed restrictions, preventing future development, transfer, or sale of the land. We are still requesting the city change from a reservation to a reversionary clause that would return the property to the city if Capital City didn't operate as a golf course or tried to sell or transfer the land. With that being said, our Woodland Drive Neighborhood Association remains strongly opposed to the sale of the property. As detailed in the documents that I gave all of our commissioners, our position statement, and is summarized as follows. The decision regarding whether to sell public property should never be made without meaningful public engagement and clear advance notification. Our city-owned golf course is a public resource and Southside crown jewel that should be held in trust for use of the entire community and not sold for the benefit of a select few. The South Side is identified as a high needs for park area by the Trust for Public Land. We support the property being retained and incorporated as a critical link for a safe, walkable, multi-use trail. And I'm not going to go through all the links, but I provided you the whole trail that you could make, providing the South Side and downtown with a greatly needed, safe, walkable corridor. We support the implementation of a respectful, culturally appropriate memorial to enslaved peoples on the site and rerouting the course so golf is not played directly on the top of the cemetery site. There are better options. If the city really needed to sell the property for financial reasons, which they do not, they could seek conservation funding, issue a conservation funding referendum, or seek other financial assistance options available. The stealthy nature and lightning fast pace in rushing forward with the sale of the golf course, with virtually no transparency, community engagement, public vetting, or advance notification strongly suggests ulterior motives and behind-the-scenes dealings. The city's adopted real estate policy was not followed, and the neighborhood notification engagement involvement policy was not implemented. There was no advance notification, no opportunity to provide advance input, or reaching the city seeking neighborhood's consensus preferences pursuant to the policy. The Capital City Country Club's economic arguments in support of the sale are disingenuous and collapse under objective evaluation.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
Turning the property into a Southside park would essentially cost nothing, a fraction of our $1.2 billion annual budget. Review of extensive public input indicates there's no support for this sale. Commissioners, do the right thing. Do not sell our Southside crown jewel for a pittance and for the benefit of a select few. We urge you to retain ownership of the property and trust for the benefit of the entire community.
Thank you.
And we should acknowledge the FSU Women's
You're at 3
Soccer
minutes.
Championship.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Next
Our next speaker, please.
Greg Uchok. Greg Uchok, followed by Stanley Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Gregory Uchok, 1121 Sarasota Drive. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I encourage you to vote against the sale of the Capital City Country Club property, as it's been a flawed proposal from the beginning with numerous red flags along the way. After 70 years of leasing the property for $1 a year, the club now states that it wants to purchase the property so that it can remain viable. This request was done via letter to the city in September. The question is, why now? Why the sudden urgency? This is the first red flag. Since this is 178 acres of public property, the first question the city should have asked is, what are all the future options for this property? Instead, it immediately placed this item on the 9/17 agenda with no community notice. Why no feedback? This is the second red flag. There has been no public outreach to the broader community. Since this land is located on the south side of town, citizen input should have been requested. Have there been any public meetings with city officials at Walker Ford, Jack McLean, or Myers Park Community Centers? The answer is no. Has a stakeholder group comprised of community leaders, park officials, landscape architects, wildlife experts, and the like been appointed by the city to create a future vision for the property? The answer is no. This is the third red flag. Noticeably, the recent staff analysis concludes that it's too expensive to mow the area if designated a park, golf courses lose money, and city financing is too complicated to pursue. All of the staff's conclusions run to the negative, thus supporting the sale, and all are easily refuted. This is the fourth red flag. After 6 years of no city or club activity to preserve the enslaved people's cemetery, recently there's been a flurry of activity at the site. The historic sign marker is stamped 2021. Think about that for a second. Why is the site now receiving attention? Surely this is no coincidence. This is the fifth red flag. After decades of excluding African American residents from playing golf at the club is now embracing the FAMU golf team.
You're at 30 seconds.
Why now? This is the sixth red flag. The city is missing a golden opportunity to have a community-wide vision for this property so that future generations can access and enjoy this property once the lease agreement has expired. As a community, we need to think big, not small. We need to be inclusive, not exclusive. We can and should do better. I encourage each of you to vote no on the sale of this property so that it may be preserved for use by future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Stanley Sims, followed by James Hennessy.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at award-winning neighborhood 1320 Avondale Way. I'm not gonna be redundant, but Commissioner Curtis Richardson, here is my greatest fear. The sale of this property will crack the door to justify 10 or 15 years down the road to sell J. Gaither Park. Because it has come up before. And so I'm looking because here is my dilemma. And God knows I love FAMU. I love it with all my heart. I bleed orange and green. You understand? But I just don't think that I'm asking the city to give them $1.2 million so that we're guaranteed that they could play on this. That I think that they owe us something. They should be paying us 1.2. They should be paying FAMU 1.2. This is not right. Even if it is right, it's too soon, Mr. Mayor. And see, the only way you can see that is when someone say, no, you can't go over there. Take the back door. You know it's getting dark. Get on back on where you're supposed to be. Now, that don't sound pretty, but it's the truth. And by the way, my best friend's white. But it's the truth. And that stigma is hanging on to that. And then even with the stigma, you got the people that live in that neighborhood who is not endorsing this plan. So they ain't in it about the race thing. It's the quality of their neighborhood that you're finna change. The dynamics of their neighborhood is going to change when it does not have to. And they're saying they're going to pay for it. And that ain't right.
30 seconds remaining.
Boom, shakalaka.
Next speaker, please.
James Hennessy. Next speaker is James Hennessy, be followed by Anastasia Prokos.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is James Hennessy, and my wife and I live at 1921 Country Club Drive, right across from the golf course. And we've been living there for almost 20 years now. And we love it. We love that neighborhood. And I have to say, when this topic first came up and people saw notice, oh, somebody wants to buy the golf course, or somebody's going to sell the golf course, and it was like, well, where did this come from? There was no prior discussion with anybody that we knew in the neighborhood, and it seemed as though somehow it kind of arose, sort of spontaneous combustion from the commission and I guess the golf course. And it seems as though that's not the way to do business. It seems as though you want to have a successful negotiation. You let people know well ahead of time. That first meeting that was held didn't go very well here. And then people had to have another meeting. And then that didn't go so well. So then there was another meeting scheduled, and lo and behold, it was canceled. So we're up to this meeting. Now, what's happening at the golf course there, I mean, there makes no sense of what they're doing now at the golf course. You know, they're going to be paving over, actually, I think a woman's tee is going to be right on top of some of the graves in the golf course. That's part of what's happening. The current memorial that is being constructed, which again sort of arose sort of like self-conflagration, it came up all of a sudden, and we see all kinds of excavation going on across the street from us. And we had, whoa, why is this happening now? Because we were aware of the graves, and that had come back up in 2019. And we all believed at some point the golf course would do something about it. And lo and behold, it's not until this supposed sale offer comes up that all of a sudden more work has been done in the last month there than was done in 5 years. So there's a lot of things that make this whole business suspicious, and it seems as though really the commission should slow itself down.
You have 30 seconds left.
Because a lot of citizens in our area are quite concerned. A lot of the African-American community is justifiably concerned about what's really going on with the graves. And it just seems as though you got ahead of your skis in terms of coming up with this plan, and it would be well worth your while to develop more public support or at least more public justification before you go forward with it. Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please, is Anastasia Prokos. And then next will be Mike Brzezin.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Anastasia Prokos, 1303 Mountbatten Avenue. I'm here to ask you, like many other people, to vote no on the sale of this city property to Capital City Country Club. Clearly, I'm not alone in my opposition. People here from all kinds of different constituent groups are opposed to this. I want to make 3 things clear. 1, selling this is not in the public interest. We all know that. 2, The issue has been rushed and has not included enough community input or many of the better options that you've started hearing today and you will hear more of. 3, the recent actions taken by the city have not resolved the larger problems underlying the sale of this property. They are window dressing, and we all know that too. Selling this is not in the public interest. This should be a decision about what the community wants and needs, not what one business wants. In the October meeting, the mayor said we can't be giving certain businesses special treatment, but the Capital City Country Club has had special treatment since the 1950s in the form of their current lease. The city made an immoral decision in the 1950s to enter into a lease that was crafted with the intention of maintaining racial segregation. While it's tempting to think that selling is the way out of the lease, doing so just doubles down on that bad decision. Your vote here today is one of 2 options. You can double down and vote to sell and give yet another advantage to that same group that benefited from that immoral lease, or you're willing to confront the troubled racial history of the city and try to do something now to make that right. What would make it right? Listen to people today. Get community input. Include more input from the community and give us more time. At a minimum, nothing should happen until you identify the people buried on the property, all their graves, and get the voices of their ancestors included in any plans. In addition, we have a room full of people today from all kinds of different constituent groups and just plain community members like me, not even in the neighborhood right there. All of us are united, not just in opposition to the sale, but we have great ideas to share with you, and we're willing to do the work to help you with it. Let us do that. Let us bring our ideas. Let us raise money. I know some of us are willing to do that. I see my 30
You have 30
seconds.
seconds. Yep.
We all share a desire to keep this public land public. All of us share very similar visions despite our differences. Give us a year, at least. Give us public hearings. Create an ad hoc citizen committee. Do something to get more. Finally, I want to just say how grateful I am to all of you here today. Because all of you have given time, energy, passion, and expertise. And regardless
You're at 3
of what
minutes.
we vote on today,
Thank you.
you give me hope for our city.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mike Brazine. Mike Brazine will be followed by Tara B. Just remind speakers that if you speak into the mic, the people here can hear you as well as anybody watching on the broadcast. But if you turn and speak to the audience, then only those in the room might hear you, but the people certainly watching on the broadcast won't.
Name and address for the record, please. 3 minutes.
Mike Brazine, 1401 North Randolph Circle. I'm going to give you a white man's perspective on why this property is more than a golf course and should not be sold. I wasn't there when the enslaved people that worked this land were given no justice. I wasn't there in the Jim Crow days when black golfers could not play this course. I wasn't there in the civil rights era when some progress was made at the golf course, but not enough to clear the record. I am here, and that begs the question, what is my responsibility? I know the history. I can't know the deep and perennial pain of those who suffered in those times, but I do feel a compassionate sorrow. I feel it every time I step on the golf course, drive by it, or even think about it. Which brings me to the golf course. It's city property, the public's property. We all bear some responsibility for recognizing the cruelty that occurred on this land. We can't change the past. But we all have a responsibility for creating a more perfect future. The memorial is a step, but just a starting step in this process. I'm asking for your help. I've learned how hard it is to see and face up to my privilege endowed on me by my society, but I'm still partially sighted. I need experiences that make that privilege real to me. There are plenty of others that feel as I do. Here's how you can help right now. Keep this golf property city property. Keep the lease going, but renegotiate it. assist financing course renovations in exchange for on-site cultural heritage and nature preserve activities. That a representative citizens committee plan how those activities can blend with golf course operations. Put the land under a strong conservation easement. These steps take courage. I encourage you to listen to the voices of the past, pleading for justice, for those of the future, hoping you rise to the occasion, and for those of us present, seeking ways we can learn from people of different races and how to get along better.
You're at 30 seconds.
There comes a time when we all must bear responsibility to grab the arc. You know the arc I'm talking about, the long arc of the moral universe, and bend it towards justice. Help us do that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tara B. And then Elizabeth Hollister.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Tara Botter. My zip code is 32306. We've all heard the phrase, we can judge a society by how it treats its prisoners. But in its essence, what it really means is that how we treat the most vulnerable or oppressed in society reflects on our priorities and intentions. Enslaved people were not only stripped of their identity, freedom of movement, and autonomy over their labor as prisoners are, but had their ancestries, legacies, and very humanity erased for the sake of profit. So I ask you to judge the legitimacy and integrity of the society and your commission seat by how you decide on the fate of those not here to speak for themselves. Deciding to sell the course to a country club that only secured the lease in the first place because the city wanted to sidestep a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that banned the segregation of public parks and recreational facilities would tell us, the public, exactly what we need to know about who you wish to represent and who you believe deserves to be remembered. Under private ownership, the country club would be under no legal obligation to maintain a memorial for the enslaved people buried on the course. While the sale does arrange for the creation of a memorial and the construction is in progress, the agreement allows for the Capital City Country Club to terminate the creation of the memorial at any time. The City Commission claims that if they do that, then they'll walk out on the agreement. But if you're so financially dependent on selling the course, how do you have the leverage to do that? So take a stand right now. These graves are also unmarked, and golfers currently walk past or over graves that aren't individually identified. The graves being in the middle of golfing activity without being a separate respected space is even more of a concern. I've said my piece, and ultimately the decision is up to the people on this board. But when community members time and time again line up to voice their concerns and they are met with complete disregard, while the influences of developers or political pressure from the state and national government, the 287 agreement with ICE, for example, these things add up. When you act against public interest time and time again, hoping these things are swept under the rug, that the majority of the electorate is too busy or too tired or too unaware of what goes on during these hearings to hold you accountable, you are making the assumption that we will not organize, that we will not engage, that you can get away with, literally in this instance, selling people out. We as community members need to prove those assumptions wrong. We know that this issue runs deeper than just the local golf course in Tallahassee. Enslaved people's cemeteries across the country are at risk of being lost to history, and the consequences of chattel slavery echo throughout predominantly Black communities to this day. Please get involved. Inform the people of your neighborhoods and communities about what goes on here. Work with community organizations like TCAC and TIRA to advocate and fight for your community. Unionize in your workplaces and weaponize the power you have so that that you can have leverage and that these people will have to listen to you. Thank you.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Hollister.
Our next speaker, please.
Elizabeth Hollister, and then Zach Hubbard.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Beth Hollister, 1800 Old Fort Drive. It's at the corner of Country Club Drive, east side of the golf course. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Just a few highlights of my op-ed that was recently published in the Tallahassee Democrat. There is no good reason to sell, but plenty of reasons not to. There's no need to sell because if 30 years is considered insufficient, Has anyone thought of a lease extension or modification to satisfy lenders, benefactors, and the city? Did anyone think of an agreement and MOU with FAMU decades ago? And why not use the $1.255 million to make the club's desired course improvements instead of buying dirt? As if this wasn't bewildering enough, it is illogical and unreasonable to expect a business to stay in business in perpetuity. Financial struggles are documented in the club's own letter and the city's own agenda item. And closure of golf clubs with conversion to other uses has been seen across the state and nation. What would become of the property then? If one day the balls stop flying, maintaining public ownership will help ensure that future land uses will be in the best interest of Tallahassee. Keeping the land in public trust, the city can ensure a balanced approach to addressing dire Southside needs and equity before addressing amenities. The city could ensure if development does occur sometime in the future, it will be a quality conservation community compatible with surrounding neighborhoods with generous green spaces to serve multiple purposes, including capturing more runoff to help limit downstream Southside flooding. The city can ensure that no one adds to the already overabundant plethora of affordable housing existing, in the works, and in future plans, just steps away across Magnolia Drive in South City. There's no need to sell. If the city does give away this valuable property for $7,000 an acre, there's no telling what might become of it because, again, it's illogical and unreasonable to expect a business to stay in business in perpetuity.
You have 30 seconds
What's
remaining.
up with that? There's no good reason to sell, and it's possible, maybe even likely, that the golf club closes in the future, so why sell? Do what is best for Tallahassee. Please don't sell. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Zach Hubbard. Zach Hubbard. Not seeing Zach Hubbard. Then Brian Inouye. Brian Inouye, followed by Wendy Gray.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I am Brian Inouye, 1123 Maple Drive, 32301. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I was glad to hear earlier today that the city's municipal golf courses are doing well and attracting lots of golfers. I also know that nationally it's been a trend for the last decade or more that golf courses are closing. And I find it hard to believe that the highest and best use of this wonderful property, close to FAMU, close to downtown, close to Cascades Park, is a golf course in perpetuity. I'd be glad to have this property continue as a golf course, but I also think the city would be remiss in giving up its leadership in envisioning what could become of this property in 29 relatively short years. The city could be leading a process where community is invited to envision what might happen with this beautiful piece of land. It might be that there is housing on that land, or a mix of housing and parks and open space. But I don't think we should be writing in a golf course in perpetuity when 29 years is not that far in the future, and the city could be leading the community in envisioning so much more. So I oppose sale of the public land. I think the city should keep ownership of the land in order to keep a leadership position in seeing what our city could become. How could we use this space to become a fantastic model of sustainable development, keeping open park space for all our citizens, Southside and anyone who wants to extend their visit beyond Cascades Park. So I hope that you do not vote to sell the property today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Gray.
Next speaker, please.
Wendy Gray, followed by Ramona Abernathy Payne.
My name is Wendy Gray. I reside at 1047 Myers Park Drive. Commissioners, I'm here tonight to encourage you to summon the visionary approach of earlier commissions and fully explore the unique and numerous opportunities presented by the Capital City Country Club property. 30 years ago, the City Commission decided to change course 180 degrees and create the Gain Street District. At the time, FDOT was planning to convert Gain Street to a 6-lane highway. The result of that road widening would have most likely resulted in a strip of gas stations and drive-through restaurants. Instead, the Commission envisioned an entirely new urban neighborhood with housing within walking distance of FAMU and FSU, mixed-use trails, and opportunities for small businesses, including artists. Achieving this vision was a decade-long challenge, but the result has been recognized statewide as a successful revitalization effort. 20 years ago, the City Commission agreed to implement the vision of transforming a Superfund site into the award-winning Cascades Park. The park attracts residents from all over the community as well as visitors for year-round events. Again, achieving the vision was not without many challenges, but Cascade Park is a Tallahassee treasure. Now this commission has the opportunity to leave a legacy to future residents by creating a vision for the Capital City Country Club. This does not have to preclude the continued use of the golf course through the period of the lease. As the lease progresses, the city and residents can explore opportunities as diverse as commemorating our history, promoting reflection and reconciliation, creating places to experience nature, such as gardens that support Tallahassee's critical role in the hemispheric bird migration, and creating a greenway that connects the capital to the southern part of our city. All these opportunities are foreclosed if the property is sold. The request to sell the property has been before you for 2 months. There has been no meaningful dialogue with residents about the sale. Please take the time to truly see what this property could mean to Tallahassee in the next 20 or 30 years. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Ramona Abernathy Payne is next. She'll be followed by Jared Willis.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Ramona Abernathy Payne, 2006 East Indian Head Drive. I agree with Beth Hollister and many of the points that she made in her editorial in today's Democrat. There is no good reason to sell this property. There's no benefit to the community by selling it, and I can't understand why Capital City Country Club would want to add additional debt to their already burdened financial standing. Don't sell. Instead, work with Capital City to improve the management and effect repairs of the property, adjust the lease and to recoup the costs of those repairs, adjust the lease to recoup the costs. After all, if Capital City Country Club can afford $1.25 million to buy the property, they can certainly pay more than $1 a year lease. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Jared Willis, followed by Kathleen Powers-Conti.
Name and address for the record, please.
Mayor and Commissioners, Jared Willis, 1914 Gulf Terrace Drive, right off the 9th hole. So I've had the pleasure of being an on and off again member of the club for over the last few years. I'm a horrible golfer, but enjoy getting outside and seeing the rolling hills and the oak trees. It's a beautiful property. I think this is a good deal. It's a good deal for the city. I support it moving forward. Quarter's still here. There was somebody that talked about this being a quarter a day. But I think what that ignores is what happens if you don't do this. You do nothing, and then over the next 30 years, the city will get $30 a year. And then what happens after that? City could take it over. I think staff did an excellent job of summarizing what the municipal golf course would cost. The city's been through that before. Before they leased the property to the club in 1956, they had operated as a golf course, a municipal course, from 1935 to 1956 at a loss. Turned it over to the country club, and that's where we are now. And so it's not just Tallahassee. There was a study in 2018 that showed that over a 5-year period, Florida municipal golf courses were losing $100 million on a regular basis. And so the municipal golf course it's an expense that, I'm not sure the city wants to take on. But going back to the quarter a day, you have that, and I'm not going to dispute the math. I don't know what that comes out to, but the alternative, again, is less than that. It's additional expenses on the city rolls. It's a good deal. The city gets the appraised value. The club gets to improve a property. Everyone gets the assurance that the course stays as it will in perpetuity. We'll continue to enjoy, again, when I walk out my front porch, you see the beautiful live oaks, the rolling hills. Looking forward for that staying the same way in perpetuity. So appreciate you all bringing this forward again. Appreciate staff and all the work you've done on it. I know this has been a yeoman's job trying to negotiate this and move it through, but I think this represents a really good compromise. And I won't talk too much about the memorial, but I think it's important to note, too, that not only does this deal preserve the perpetual easement on that property, but it provides the funding, and the funding's important. It provides the funding to truly memorialize that space. So,
You're at 30 seconds.
Thank you all for your time. Support this moving forward. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kathleen Powers-Conti, and followed by Delatry Hollinger.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kathleen Powers-Conti. I spoke with you last time. I'm an internationally recognized expert and have won international awards for my work on this precise topic related to working to descendant communities. And as I said last time, I am absolutely horrified and befuddled at the actions of the country club and the city of Tallahassee. I just want to make a point of clarification because the country club is purposely trying to hide what they are doing. So they're saying we have a memorial, right? They're multiple years delayed, et cetera, et cetera. They didn't actually work with the descendant community. It's frankly a bad memorial. But the thing that I find most interesting is that they have not found all of the burial ground. The report that they're saying, oh, look, we found all the graves. It explicitly says, quote, this number should not be considered a final figure of unidentified graves. It is a preliminary report. It is step one. That report should have been followed by multiple other reports done by certified archaeologists. Additionally, the archaeologists who wrote that report got into trouble by the National Park Service for unethical and immoral treatment of indigenous remains and funerary objects. You are now taking a report that he wrote as a draft report, a preliminary report, a step one report that said, these are some of the graves. We certify we have found some of them. You need to do more to find the rest. Guess what? You didn't. You didn't hire anyone else. You have not done a full archaeological study of the entire country club. You have a tiny, tiny portion of a tiny area where we have found multiple human remains. And I want to ask you, Mayor Daley and the citizens of Tallahassee, what is the price of their pound of flesh? What is it worth? I have a child, Mayor Daley. I know you have too. What is their life worth? From cradle to grave, what is the price of their life? The city can't answer that for the children that are buried directly where golfers every day. I'm sure you love looking at your beautiful golf course from your little white picket fence house, and you are looking at the graves of enslaved children. That's what they're doing. And we have not found them all. This whole golf course, you need to find every single grave of every single enslaved person. And then the memorial that they're saying, oh, look, we did such a great job. Absolutely, you did not. By the way, the memorial is not covering the entire cemetery. It's a teeny tiny part. They are golfing, they are walking, they are driving golf carts every day on the bodies of children. And you are enabling that. And if you sell that, you are saying the bodies of enslaved children do not matter. And the city of Tallahassee is willing to sell the remains and the bodies of our ancestors.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
I am horrified that you are even considering this. There is nothing that is done in any of the legislation, in any of the ordinances that protects this. They're saying the memorial is fine. It is not. You are still golfing on burial grounds. You are violating state law about the treatment of this. They have not done a full archaeological report, and the city must stop the sell until we follow state law and have a full archaeological report, and we protect the graves of the enslaved people, and the descendant community is the only one that gets to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delatry Hollinger is next, and then Rudy Ferguson.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Delatry Hollinger, 750 Wells Street, Tallahassee. I'm here today to unequivocally oppose the sale of 178 acres of publicly owned property to the private Capital City Country Club. 178 acres on which the black bodies of slaves lie. 178 acres where golf cart paths continue to roll over graves and golfers continue to hit balls on top of their ancestors. 178 acres that black people have been unjustly denied use for 69 years, and 178 acres that have not gone through a competitive bid process and that have not been surveyed per Chapter 872 Florida statutes. I'm not unmindful that the very human beings who were tormented and treated as cattle while they lived suffered at the hands of people who did not look like them. But today, in 2025, an impending posthumous sale of this land is potentially being perpetuated by people who do look like them. Virulent institutional racism is at play, and our own people are complicit in this act. It is shameful to know that 54 years after these graves were first rediscovered, 51 years after they were definitively documented by an archaeologist, and 6 years after a discovery by the National Park Service, this city, a city in which my ancestors were enslaved, rushed just within the last 2.5 weeks to begin the process of erecting a memorial. Said memorial fails to address the golf cart path and beginner's tee that are built over the cemetery. Knowing that black people were shut out of this club by a racist leasing agreement enacted to illegally deny them access to public lands, I do not under any circumstances agree to the sale of this property to this club. I understand that I stand on the shoulders of giants, giants such as Dr. Charles U. Smith and Dr. Charles Evans, who sued this city in federal court for the invalidation of this racist lease. Giants such as the Reverend C.K. Steele, Christine Ford Knowles, and Clifton Lewis, who sent affidavits to the Judiciary Committee of the United States Senate and successfully challenged the nomination of G. Harold Carswell to the Supreme Court due to his belonging to the segregationist Capital City Country Club. It is time to put our community over profit and to put an end to this land grab for a mere $1.255 million. Do the right thing for our community and oppose this sale.
Our next speaker, please.
Rudy Ferguson. And Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, we've still got another 12 to 15 speakers because we've had additional speakers as we started. Just giving you a heads up.
Great. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Rudy Ferguson, pastor of New Birth Tabernacle of Praise in the Griffin Heights neighborhood. I'm also 1200 Harlem Street. I came today on behalf of the Frontline Pastors Action Council. I came today to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the City of Tallahassee for honoring this sacred ground at the Capital City Country Club with this righteous designation. We thank you for recognizing the graves of our enslaved ancestors, men, women, and children whose names that we will never know and forgotten by history. But we thank you because their lives and their memory will live on through this designation. We are truly encouraged by the recent progress, especially the installation of the memorial sign that stands as a witness to their legacy. To us, it's more than a marker. It's a long-awaited acknowledgement of their humanity. It is also long-awaited to their labor, as well as the enduring presence among us. In doing this, you have shown that the progress is not measured only in buildings and roads, but in respect, remembrance, as well as reconciliation. You did more than place a sign. For that, we say thank you. You restored the dignity to souls who built this land. You made a promise, and I've watched, we've watched. I just came by as a representative to say thank you for this designation and for what you have done and what you continue to do in your transparency in keeping the frontline pastors posted and informed. We represent 27 churches throughout the South Side as well as the North Side of town. Thank you so much.
The next speaker, please.
Jonathan Meyer is our next speaker. Jonathan Meyer, and then Lee De La Fuente will follow.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Jonathan Meyer. I live at 908 Waverly Road. I'd rather not be here, and I'm very confused as to why I need to be. I'm not going to be nearly as eloquent as many of the other people who have spoken about this issue, but I will begin by saying that I really couldn't care less about golf. I do care about history, The history has been laid out fairly well before me. I don't understand why the part of this plan wasn't to carve out the cemetery. I now know that we don't even know the extent of the cemetery, which seems to be a reason why we didn't do that. I mean, we know that the parcel's been carved up before. The Tillinghast letter that is being used to say that Tillinghast designed the course says that there were 260 acres in the golf club. Now there's only 178. So clearly, we've carved up the parcel in the past. My main concern is that it seems that the commission cannot rely upon city staff to give them accurate information. I'm concerned that we paid $6,000 for an appraisal that includes, in the description of the neighborhood of the golf course, a map of the Claremont National Golf Course, which is 200 miles away from here. There's a little, the Florida Turnpike is on the map. It also has a geographic description of the golf course, which seems to be somewhere downtown. It could either be Bethel Baptist Church, it could be the public library, it could also be the governor's mansion. And in that section where it's discussing the neighborhood, it mentions FSU 7 times and does not mention FAMU a single time. I'm not sure if the city staff actually read the whole appraisal. It also describes the appraisal as being done on a course that is a daily fee public course, which we know the Capital City Country Club is not. It is a semi-private course. The appraisal gives credit for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. It takes that out of the real property value. My belief is that you shouldn't give a tenant a discount on buying a house you're currently renting to them because they failed to take care of their own furniture or keep the carpet clean.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
They've had this for 70 years. It seems to me that they're in violation of the lease agreement because they have not maintained adequate insurance. They haven't taken care of the property. It would only cost them $250, less than $250 a member to spend the $100,000 that the city says that they would need in order to clean up the tornado damage.
You're at 3 minutes.
This makes no sense to me.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lee De La Fuente, and then Bernard Stevens.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, fellow Tallahassians. I am a first-time speaker and nervous. My name is Lee De La Fuente. I live at 1317 Dillard Street. And I'll spare you my singing, but to coin a phrase, this land is our land. I've been a voting resident of Tallahassee for 54 years, and I firmly believe the city commissioners are our elected employees and need to be guided by the collective wisdom of the community which elected them. I'm all in for the much-delayed commemoration work. I'm all in for the obviously logical collaboration with the FAMU golf team. I have nothing against golfers. Some of my best friends and relatives are avid golfers. But there are members of the Capital City Country Club. Two of my very good friends are brilliant and resourceful and should be able to come up with more viable options than this. There is no clear advantage or need to fire sale this incredibly beautiful, irreplaceable land at this time. I vigorously urge you to vote no and consider the alternatives already presented and possibly others as not yet presented. Consider this no vote as a potential plus in an election campaign, and more importantly, a positive mark on your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Bernard Stevens is next, followed by Howard Kessler.
Your name and address for the record, please.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Bernard Michael Stevens, Jr., and my address is exempt. You know, Matt Daly, when I first got in here, we was talking about the Boy Scouts of America, but let me remind you and your fellow colleagues of something. Attending a church, Faith Presbyterian Church at that, the Scout Oath says, on my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country and to obey the Scout law, to help other people at all times, to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and also morally straight. But let me get this straight, because the math just ain't mathing to me. We got 179 acres of golf course. We sell it for $1.2 million. On top of that, let's go a little further. TMH, 75 acres, appraised at $109 million. Appraised again at $584 million. Oh, it goes better than that. TPD new headquarters, 30 acres, $140 million. This speaks to me like despotism at its best. And I'm a little bothered by that. And I believe the residents are too. But help me understand something. How do we measure good faith? I'm gonna tell you how. When we stop being so racist. Because you know what? City Manager Gold, yourself, Brother Richardson, Sister Cox, they both go to the most prominent churches in Tallahassee. Seems to be why they on the dais today. But let's get this straight, why don't we? Reverend C.K. Steele himself marched for equal rights, civil rights at that. And if she vote with this to go forward, that shows the legacy, and it dishonors that young man's legacy for him sacrificing his life. If y'all three vote, yeah, we're going to sell it for $1.2 million, you don't need to be reelected. Let me go ahead and say that one more time. I'm so glad this your last term. He almost at the door. It's his last term, and God knows I'm running against her this time. And I hope and pray that I have a little more success than that. But let me go a little further. What y'all did with that Mayor Pro Tem thing, that was uncalled for, unconscionable, at that, inhumane. Because what y'all continue to do is play musical chairs with each other. Why is that? Huh? You talk about women's rights. Do you know what women have to go through? It was your mother that carried you for 9 months, sir. So you sit here and say you need somebody to depend on in your absence? How dare you? You don't do no woman like that. She done been on this day as just as good as anybody else. And if you don't know how to measure good faith, sir, why are you our mayor? Please help me understand that. We do not do bad business in the city of Tallahassee, but you three continue, this administration continue to make us look as if our city cannot function its own governing affairs. Now help me understand why we parading around saying we are all-American city. If we were all-American city, there's no way possible these residents are being here raising holy hell to make sure that something over there on the south side of town don't get sold for a little bit of nothing. We as slaves were sold for $550. $550 back in the days. We over 250 years.
Thank you.
But yet instead, I'm black, my time always up. But when my counterparts come up here, they got a little more time. But God bless you, good sir.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Howard Kessler.
Following Mr. Kessler will be Thomas Spears.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Howard Kessler, 32303. I'm going to speak to 3 issues.
Well, we're focusing on all in regards to the golf course sale.
Could I recapture my time?
Yeah, we can start over. I just want to make sure we're
Yeah, all of them are related
to golf. Perfect.
Yeah, they're on the golf. Yeah, I wouldn't speak about anything else. All right, I'm going to speak about the failure to give due respect to the enslaved the people that are in those graves, the slaves. The failure of the Capital City Golf, present golf course owners at their business. And the only way to assure that it stays public property and green space is if the city owns it. So once you sell something, it's never yours anymore. And the only way that you have any control over that property is if you own it. The only way that you can assure what happens to that property is if you own it. If you sell it, it's not yours anymore. Very simple. Why sell it? You heard lots of reasons why not to sell it, and there's many more. But when you want to give up this piece of property that is a gem in the center of Tallahassee for nothing, something wrong with the process. This country club, with its background, is shameful. But with its failure at business, is why would you want to go in and support this failure? It doesn't make any sense at all. They had a lease at $1 a year and they can't make it work? That's not a company I want to do business with. And then, I'm just going to give a hypothetical. If any one of you commissioners, if that golf course was yours, and you knew that there was that burial site there, and you knew that golfers were messing and going over that space, you wouldn't have to apply for a grant. You wouldn't have to go to a meeting and discuss it. You would do something about it. And they failed, and they failed terribly, and they disrespected that grave. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Thomas Spears. And then Lisa Sears.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thomas Spears, living 32303. First thing I'd like to say is that the cost of the sale includes the cost of the commemoration, which is about $100,000. That means the sale of the land is actually about $1.1 million. So it's actually even cheaper than we even think. The sign that was minted, the sign that's standing there now was minted in 2021. Supposedly, it was delayed by the tornadoes, which happened in 2024. So my first question is, why did that take 3 years to even appear? Let alone the rest of what should be a proper and full commemoration. Attachment 9 of the agenda point is the agreement about the commemoration, and point 7 in that attachment says, in the event the commemoration site is removed, the city will restore the affected areas to their original condition, at which point this agreement will automatically terminate. Does that mean if the country club just accidentally whoopsie-doopsie bulldozes the commemoration, now there's no more commemoration? And then it belongs to them, so then a commemoration is completely up to them? Then the city has no say as to whether there's a commemoration for, I mean, at least, 25, but certainly more than that, enslaved black people who lived their entire lives in enslavement, died in ways that we do not know, even if you wanted to say, if you wanted to pretend that they lived their full lives, they still were living in enslavement, so you can still, as far as I'm concerned, that's murder. They get nothing in the city of Tallahassee, one of the longest well-known historical slave trading points. But really, the ultimate thing is that it doesn't matter, because John Daly, you're going to do whatever you want. Curtis Richardson, you're going to do whatever you want. Diane Williams-Cox, you're going to do whatever you want. And King Goad, you're going to do whatever you want. So ultimately, what it really comes down to, and I don't know which camera it is, there's a couple around here. The four of them do not care about you. The four of them do not care about you. The four of them do not care about you. The four of them do not care about you. They care about what's important for that golf club. We don't know exactly what's going on behind the table, or under the table behind the scenes. We know what happened with Scott Maddox. We know $1 million has disappeared and we ain't heard nothing about it since. This is all very suspicious. How can dozens of acres, 170-something acres, where on that map it says you can see the Capitol, can be sold for $1.1 million? I like the point this sir made.
30 seconds remaining.
That parcel has been split up historically. So we don't know where the rest of the slaves are, where the enslaved people are. We don't know where their graves are. They could be all over the whole country club. When they don't do what we want, we can vote them out, and we absolutely should. For one thing, we have to stand up and demand better. Well, we're doing that tonight, and I appreciate all of you. And I hope that y'all will do the right thing and understand not only is this the bad thing for Tallahassee, it's the bad thing for y'all's legacy.
You're at 3 minutes.
And it's the right thing to do to not sell this tonight.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Lisa Sears. And then the next speaker will be Justin Jordan.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Lisa Sears. I live in zip code 32303. I am against the sale of the golf course. I am for keeping the public lands public. I am for moral integrity. I am for respecting the dead and their families. Please listen to the people. Do what's best for Tallahassee. Do not sell the golf course.
The next speaker, please.
Justin Jordan is next, and then Linda Miklowitz.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Justin Jordan, address 600 Eugenia Street. Hello, commissioners. My name is Justin Jordan. I'm proudly a student at the illustrious Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, and today I join my community members in opposing the sale of this country club. And let's just break it down for a second. Y'all are selling, basically, the graves of those enslaved to a country club with a history of segregation. I don't care what the country club is doing for the FAMU golf team now. What were they doing for the FAMU golf team in 1956? What were they doing for the FAMU golf team when segregation was status quo at the golf club? And like so many other black people in the United States, I'm a descendant of slaves. I don't have the ability to visit the graves of my ancestors. I don't have the luxury to even know most of their names. I don't know their history. And that's why I'm so strong in opposing the sale. That's why I'm so strong in making sure that there's an accountability here. Because let's talk about the timeline, right? Like so many other speakers have mentioned, for decades, there's been rumors of a grave site at the site of the country club, which, by the way, was a site of a former plantation where hundreds of enslaved people were forced to labor for their lives. But in 2019, a National Park Service survey discovered dozens of graves. In 2021, I was able to talk to members of the community. The work of the memorialization committee was done. And as you can see on the minting plaque, 2021 is the date that reads there. What was the holdup for those 4 years? Because it wasn't the tornado in 2024. I sure know it wasn't that. I sure know it wasn't the lack of community members' concern, because I've talked to so many people who have been concerned about this for years. I really want to make sure that people know that this has been something, this is not a new issue. This is not something that they were just made aware of. This is something that for years has been discussed, and I think it shows the priorities of this council. The fact that black people have had to come up here multiple times and plead and scream and cry for y'all to even move a muscle to put up a sign is ridiculous and outrageous. In 2025, and you know, I also have to bring up this point. I think I'm going to speak specifically to you here, Diane Williams-Cox and Curtis Richardson. As black people in America, we've been through so much, and I'm sure as y'all have been through a lot more than I have. I'm begging y'all, please, consider what this does to us. Consider—
You're at 30 seconds.
Consider the perspectives of the black leaders in the community. Please don't sell this country club, and please respect the bodies of the black people who are buried there. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Linda Miklowitz.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Linda Miklowitz, and it's 32301 area code, zip code. Just two haunting questions that I would like to raise. Number one, why is the city willing to accept bargain basement price for this beautiful piece of property? And two, what guarantees, if any, have you instituted that would prevent the new owner from excavating and developing on the site of all these graves still unknown? What is to stop them from excavating those graves and building residences, for example? You haven't taken care of these issues, and these are most important. Thank you. Please vote no.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jayla Jones. Jayla Jones. And then Juniper Curtis.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Jayla Jones, and my zip code is 32301. I am a student at Florida A&M, and I am extremely angry that the city continues to overlook human remains on the Capital City Country Club property. These are the graves of enslaved people, the people who built the foundations of this community, and yet their memory is being completely ignored and their names are still not known decades later. The city now wants to sell this land for pennies. I mean, the football jumbotron at FAMU costs way more than what this property is going for, and that is extremely disgusting. These people are given little to no recognition or protections, and they're the ones that are buried there. These are my ancestors and the ancestors of this community, and they deserve to be remembered. They deserve dignity. The city of Tallahassee will send a clear message to their community if they go through with the sale of this property. They will tell the community that the lives and bodies of these people mean nothing. We are still golfing on barrier grounds like this is 2025, and that is completely unacceptable. While the city moves forward with plans to sell for profit to line their greedy pockets, please consider the Black community and not go forward with the selling of this property. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Juniper Curtis. Juniper Curtis is our next speaker, and then Kevin McGordy.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Juniper Curtis, Tallahassee, Florida. My name is Juniper. I'm from the Tallahassee Community Action Committee, and also just here representing the countless people in this audience who are making one point, and that is to firmly stand against the sale of the golf course and to note my disgust at the city manager and members of the commission who are attempting to weaponize the graves of formerly enslaved people to force this deal through. We've watched time and time again as this commission has voted to ignore the will of the community, has voted to favor landlords and developers, and we have fought tooth and nail as they put private interest over the needs of the public. As has been noted by others, this gravesite has been in process, memorial has been in process for years, but conveniently somehow is almost done now. What should have been a somber reminder of Tallahassee's history has been transformed into a stark reminder of how little has changed. The city leadership, whose counterparts in years past sold, or rather leased the country club in order to keep it segregated, are once again fighting to choose money over morals and choose prejudice over people. Whatever promises the commission might make today, they can and will be broken. And however much they try and convince you this sale is necessary, it is not. There is no justifiable reason to give up public land. And despite what members of the commission will try and tell you, the only outcome of this sale is bulldozers running over grave sites. So I'm going to stand here with the countless others in this room and demand no to this sale. The commission cannot continue to ignore the people, and history will not look kindly on those who did. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Kevin McGordy, followed by Delilah Pierre.
Your name and
I
address
thought I
for the
was
record.
bringing up the caboose. Kevin McGordy, 411 Oakland Avenue. Commissioners, thank you for your patience tonight on a very tough issue. Commissioner Richardson and I had the pleasure of serving on the Environmental Consensus Committee that brought forth the Blueprint 2000 plan for this community. That was a visionary process. It looked at what was the assets of this community worth conserving and rolling up our sleeves, environmental groups, the business community, and out of it came a pretty damn good plan that got implemented. This is just the opposite, this process. And the reason is because people are looking at it strictly as a real estate transaction. There's very little vision on a piece of property that is sacred land. This isn't a piece of property that the city has a lot that could be sold to development community to build a nice hotel or an office complex. This is in the heart of our downtown area. And I would urge you, this has been a very rushed process. You got one hell of a great professional staff, I will say that. But they took an advocacy role on this, and the last part, the partnership came in, was the neighborhood associations. And some of the most creative ideas have come out of those neighborhood associations. You know, I would just ask you to perhaps delay this, let the conversation continue. I think we're getting close. I don't think the issue is with the country club at all. They have done actually an excellent job maintaining that property over this year under their stewardship. I think what we fear is a city commission. Because if a city commission, like they did 8 decades ago, proposed that the 7 linear parks on Park Avenue should be paved over, as the Chamber of Commerce had recommended, and if it wasn't for the Ladies Benevolent Association who lobbied at that time to not do that, we would not have those beautiful parks today in our community. This piece of property that this golf course is on should be looked upon as a very special place for the future of our community. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, please.
Delilah Pierre. Next speaker is Delilah Pierre. Not present. Then Paul DeRiver. And then James McAllister.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is James McAllister. My record is exempt. I am in opposition to the sale of the golf course. Many people have already spoken who are more eloquent and passionate than I have about why it shouldn't be sold and the issues with the enslaved persons who are buried there. I do have some issues with the staff analysis that was performed in preparation for this agenda, and it raises a lot of questions about the transparency and the work that has been done into the viability of this deal. In the agenda item, it states the addition of a 3rd municipal golf course would lead to changes in rounds played at Hillman, Jack Gaither, and the Capital City Country Club. Why? What is the basis for this belief? Why would all of the current golfers at Capital City suddenly disappear and have to be replaced with all of the other municipal golfers? Why wouldn't the current members playing there continue playing instead of simply giving up golf completely? The city's estimate puts the expected number of golfers at Capital City at 40,000 annually. This is the estimate that the city paid for. It mentions no reduction expected in any other park. While the course currently only receives 24,000 rounds played annually, this is with higher green fees and other associated costs of it being a private club. Another part, adjusting for the projected decreases in rounds playing at Hillman and Jack Gaither, with the addition of a 3rd course, staff estimates revenue from golf operations would be approximately $2.2 million annually in total. Again, what is the basis for this calculation? The result disagrees, again, with the estimate that the city paid for, which puts the total revenue of Capital City alone at $2 million. That is with a projected green fee of $45, not $75 that it currently costs. With regard to the city having to buy the 9.2 acres currently owned by the club, the agenda item states that for the purposes of this analysis, staff have assumed the cost of the facility to range between $840,000 and $1.7 million, almost the entire cost of what we would be selling the golf course for. However, again, the estimate the city paid for indicates $810,000 required for capital investments, so for the buildings, golf carts, and those sorts of things. And if we assume that the city would buy the 9.2 acres at $7,011 an acre, then that's no more than $65,000 for the land, altogether $50,000. Seems like staff simply doubled the actual estimate of value.
The city would 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds? Thank you. The staff analysis makes this seem like such a poor financial deal, then in good conscience, the city should not sell it to any private investor either. And if this council and its members claim to be working for you, they need to do a lot better on the staff analysis and in transparency. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, the only speaker card I have remaining was Zach Hubbard, who was not here earlier, just making sure that continues to be the case. Then with that, I have no additional speakers.
Excellent. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item that has not had a chance to fill out a card yet? We want to make sure that everybody's had an opportunity to speak. Great. Colleagues, we're going to move into discussion. It is 5:40. We have a scheduled public hearing at 6 o'clock. We will spend as much time as we need on this issue. Once this issue is done, well, first of all, at 6 o'clock, I will stop and remind everyone that is here for the public comment that we are on an agenda item and that we will be delaying the public comment on the public hearing until we are done with this. When we are done with this item, I will take a short break and then we will come back for the public hearing. Okay? Any questions on process moving forward? I want to make sure that we spend as much time on this item as we can. Okay, let's open it up for commission discussion, direction. Commissioner Manlow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, thanks for everybody who came out today to speak on this item. I know it's of great public importance. A couple of my concerns. I'll start with, I'm interested in knowing who's buried at the golf course. You know, we've talked a lot about the future of the property and profits for the golf course, but there's people buried out there whose relatives might live in the city of Tallahassee who don't even know. I'm also interested in how we're going to mark the graves that we know are under the golf cart path that's apart from the memorial we're putting up, because it seems we've, decided some of the graves are worthy of respect to give a marker. But if it's going to inconvenience the course and the golf cart path, that grave is less important. That doesn't sit well with me. So that's just on the front end. On the details of the deal, I mean, to me, it just comes down to this is not in the financial best interest of the city of Tallahassee. It's not in the public interest, and it doesn't make sense. We're talking $1.2 million, about $7 per resident to give up 178 acres of beautiful green space. There's nowhere within the urban core of Tallahassee that you could buy that much land for $1.2 million. You can't buy 50 acres. You can't buy 25 acres. And then you're getting close going down there. That's how crazy low this is valued at. And it's currently zoned RP2. We're effectively saying let's downzone the property to make it cheaper into open space for this agreement to put into perpetuity. So whether you think it shouldn't be developed ever, whether you think it should be developed ever, the value of the property doesn't change based on what we feel or what we want. The value of the property is inherent to being 170 acres in the urban core of Tallahassee. Its value is 10, 20, 30, $40 million plus. And so when we ask if we could take, and somebody said the only value the city has is $30 over 30 years. Well, on one hand, you get $1.25 million today, and that's it. On the other hand, you get $30 plus 178 acres in 30 years, which will be a multiple of its value today. I mean, that would be a gift to the next generation to decide what to do with that property. So the value is drastically low. It's it would be an insult to the public trust and our duty to protect the public interest and the financial assets we own to sell it for that value. And it would be robbing the next generation of a beautiful piece of property that they could decide to continue to be a golf course for 30 years after that, to be an open space, to develop that would be a decision that we would need to trust the people of Tallahassee to make through their elected representation. Once we give this property away, my opinion doesn't matter, your opinion doesn't matter. Nobody's opinion matters anymore. That's what we're selling for $1 million is the value of that. So, and I appreciate FAMU for being here today. I did read over the MOU. While I think it is a nice olive branch, it really isn't very specific on what is being offered. It talks about agreeing to make its newly renovated course available to the FAMU golf team for practice opportunities. Is that at a fee? Is that at a cost? Is it practice every day? Is it practice once a month? Is it practice once a year? It doesn't explicitly say. It talks the same thing about hosting collegiate golf competitions. Are they hosting it? Is there going to be a fee for FAMU to have to pay to have those golf competitions, or is this being free of charge? You know, collaborating with events, hosting fundraisers, all of those same questions I believe apply that aren't enumerated, and it's a non-binding MOU. Once we sell the land, we don't know what that agreement will look like. My third concern is I would like to know what the Capital City Country Club's intentions are for its renovations, as well as the people who are involved in it. You know, I know even on the board of Capital City Country Club, you have some pretty high-profile heavy hitters. So are we going down the path of a golf course that's a Mar-a-Lago 2 in Leon County? I mean, not even joking. I mean, we're saying golf, this could very well become, when you have attorney generals and so forth on your board who have connections with President Trump and high-profile golf courses, I mean, that's more likely where this golf course is going to end up. A more exclusive course in Leon County, not more accessible. So if we want to keep golf in perpetuity, we need to be talking about how we make sure people who live here, who vote here, who own this property now, have the ability to play golf on that golf course in the future. Selling this golf course for $1.2 million takes that all away from us. So going back kind of to the beginning, I mean, we have a divided, well, we have a pretty united community, and then we have a couple interests on one side that all have goals. And if we look at those goals, it's to renovate this golf course property. Most of the neighborhood would like to see this golf course not be developed, not change in appearance, not change hands. And then we want to make sure FAMU has the opportunity to play golf, practice regularly, and host competitions. We can accomplish all of those things without selling this property today. So what I propose we do is, as laid out in the agenda item, we can take out a bond to make the renovations needed. We were told at the last meeting that's roughly $2 million. We can make those renovations bonded by the City of Tallahassee on the property we own, and we can start that immediately. And we can work with the Capital City Country Club for a lease negotiation to change the terms of the lease, to include access for FAMU on the golf course, to include repayment of the improvements over a 15-year period. That wouldn't shorten the lease. It would just, we would make sure we would get paid the taxpayers' money back within 15 years, and the course would stay a golf course for the next 30 years. And everybody wins in that situation. The renovations we're told needed get made. The neighborhoods don't see a change in the development. FAMU gets access to the golf course, and we'll continue to own the land and continue to push the point of memorializing the burial sites the way they need to be. So I will make a motion today that we come back with an agenda item that contemplates bond finance for the property, for renovating the property, for the renovations needed by the golf course, to negotiate with the Capital City Country Club on a lease renegotiation that would see us made whole on what our renovation costs would be, to ensure FAMU has access in the way enumerated in their MOU.
Motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter. I want to make sure that our attorney and manager are clear on the motion that's on the table. Mr. Cook, you clear as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Porter for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the motion. Obviously, for those of you who are just joining us, I've lost my voice, so I hope you can hear me okay. I would also like, once we resolve with this motion, to make a second motion related to a full archaeological study. So I will wait to make my comments until we deal with this motion.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that second part. Could you repeat that, Commissioner Porter?
I would like to make a second motion when we resolve with this motion related to what I believe we need to do in addition is have a real full archaeological study. So I would like, if you could come back to me once we resolve with this motion. Thank you.
Sounds good. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me join Commissioner Matlow and thank everybody who came out today. But I say this often. We have 205,000 residents here in the city of Tallahassee. So when we say we got to do what's best for Tallahassee, that includes the people who are not in this room. So I got to be able to hear them as well. And for those who are saying we need to slow this down or we need to pause, we did that at the last meeting. And various other points that could be made. But I will tell you that sitting here as a black woman, I have not heard the word slave, enslaved used so many times that I've heard over this discussion about this particular issue. And I must admit, I have to be very transparent. It causes me pause because all of this time we've had an opportunity to do something about racial issues in our city, and not just come to this issue to let it raise its ugly head again. There was nothing to stop or to prevent someone from doing something if they wanted to do something about the slaves, about the graves, about the country club, or what have you. Let's learn from history. In this city alone, there were times when we as black people could not do certain things. We couldn't ride the front of the bus. We couldn't do this. We couldn't eat in certain places, couldn't drink from certain water fountains. But did that stop us from pushing forward for progress to be able to do those things? It did not. So when we talk about considering the racist or the segregationist history of this country club, okay, get in line with all the other things that we've had to overcome to be able to move forward. So I believe that we need to move forward. Use the past to fuel the future so that our children, our grandchildren, won't have to keep revisiting this. And I think that there's some misinformation as well. Delatri, you served on that committee that approved what this commemoration of the cemetery was going to be. It was delayed. We've talked about that. We don't need to keep revisiting that. Is it more important that we are commemorating and recognizing that there's human life that was buried there? And for that fact, all over this country are graves of people who were enslaved and others who were here before we even got here. Let's not make it just about this little bit here. Everywhere, there are other places, even in this city, where there are bodies buried that we may not know of. And I think it's just very disingenuous because this commission has committed to identifying what we could identify at the Capital City Country Club and doing something about it. Now, I understand that there may be other, maybe, we're not sure. And there's only one way to be sure whether there are other graves there or not, and that's to disturb, to dig, to intrude upon those grounds to do that. And as I understand it, Madam Attorney, that would be a criminal act.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, our city attorney has advised that it is a criminal act. So let's just be real. There are bodies in places that we don't know, we may never know. But these bodies we do know, and we are doing our best to commemorate and respect what we do know. And if we learn more, we have an opportunity to do more. But that is something that the City of Tallahassee, under this direction of this commission, we've been doing. We've been doing this. We've been doing this work. And so to use that as a talking point for why we can't move forward with the sale of the country club, this land, it's the land. It's not the it's not the pool, it's not the tennis courts, it's not the building, it's the land. And staff has done an outstanding job of enumerating all of these issues. I've met with neighborhood members. I understand that you might not want this, you might not like it, and we've received statements of folks saying that, but if you're gonna do it, then make sure that this happens, and make sure that happens. And we've done those things. We've done that. So at some point, we've got to think about really the future of the 205,000 plus other people who are going to be coming to the city of Tallahassee to live and call it home. And today I've heard so much about the South Side. I've lived on the South Side more than 30 years, working hard on the South Side to try to bring the level of service up on the South Side. Where were you? Where you been? That's what we've been trying to do. But today, because of this issue, because of the Capital City Country Club, which I bet they probably didn't even know they were on the South Side until somebody said tonight it's the South Side, because you don't talk like that about the South Side. The South Side, you know, when people talk about the South Side in the past, is that you don't want to be over there, you don't want to do it. But tonight, it's the catchphrase. So I am ready to move on this. I am ready to improve our community for the better, for the future. We are a city with over 100 plus parks. Our park is being built on the South Side right now as we speak, of Meridian and Orange and in other places. I am ready to move forward with the sale of the land at the Capital City Country Club so that those dollars can be put into city services in various places to help move our city forward. We're going to be dealing with a potential property tax crisis. We've got to think about those things as well. Where the house that I live in, it was probably on public land too one time, but somebody decided to build on that land so that people could have housing. So I'm ready to move, and in that vein, you know, I'm ready to make a substitute motion that we move with staff recommendation to sell the Capital City Country Club for the $1.255 million.
There's a substitute motion on the table made by Commissioner Williams-Cox for the recommended action of option number 1. I will second the motion. You have your hand raised on point, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify something. The graves are not disturbed with an archaeological study. An archaeological study is different from an archaeological dig, and so we, I believe, should and can move forward. And frankly, I would hope that even if we move forward with a sale, that as a condition of that or as part of that, that we do a full archaeological study, even if we decide to move forward. But I do want to make that clear. A study is not the same as a dig. They use ground penetrating radar.
And on point, when we did the archaeological study earlier, did the state use ground? We did not do that internally. We did it with the state. Christian, tell us about the study.
Yeah, I mean, so the study that was presented to you and then was the basis for the commemorative design was conducted by the National Park Service. It was an archaeologist at the federal level that conducted that.
Okay. Okay, did they use the ground penetrating?
Yes.
Yes.
Radar, okay. We're gonna continue on with commission discussion here. So, and Commissioner Porter, I am going to come back to you regardless of whatever the motion is that does pass, okay? Commissioner Williams-Cox, are you finished with your comments?
I am.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I sit here very frustrated. Well, first of all, let me thank everyone who showed up today because you had an interest in this, an interest enough to be here. But what I'm going to tell you, you don't represent this entire community of 200,000 people, which I have talked to many of them outside of this meeting. But let me tell you all this. Let me tell you all this.
Let's allow the
My great-grandparents were slaves. I have been a black man for 69 years. I just had a birthday in October, y'all. 69 years, okay? I grew up in the segregated South in a little town called Green Cove Springs, if any of you have heard of it, where we lived under segregation. I have felt the pain of segregation when we couldn't swim at the city swimming pool, when we couldn't go to the downtown movie theater, when it was turning dark and we had to get across the railroad tracks that separated our community, or we would feel rocks coming at us. I felt that, y'all. I felt going to segregated schools in my community until I was in high school. I felt all of that as a black man. As a black man. Not that what somebody told me or I heard or I wanted to use for a specific cause, but because that's what I lived. And when I came to Tallahassee 50 years ago, even as a student at Florida State University, it was my commitment to make life better for African Americans in this community. I live on the south side of town. My wife and I built our home on the south side of Tallahassee. We raised our two beautiful daughters on the south side of Tallahassee. They attended school there. I made that commitment to this community, even when people were telling us, what are you moving over there for? Why are you building a house on the south side of Tallahassee? My wife and I could have lived anywhere we wanted to in this community. Indian Head, Galarn, any community, because we had the resources to do that. But we chose to live on the south side of Tallahassee. We chose that because we wanted to make sure that wherever an individual lived in this community, this was 30 years ago, y'all, when we moved into that house. Not when it became a fashionable issue for me to talk about, but one where I decided that I was going to do something about it for the neighborhoods in this community because I knew what I had lived through as a black man. I made that commitment. My wife protested for years. She finally gave in because I told her we weren't moving. But she's okay with where we are now. And we have worked. I have been my neighborhood association president for years. I have worked hard to improve the life of African Americans in this community. From the time they gave me the opportunity to serve them as a member of the Leon County School Board almost 30 years ago, I have served almost half of my adult life serving this community in one capacity or another, improving the schools in our community, in neighborhoods where those schools were neglected over the years. As a member of the Florida House of Representatives and passing legislation that benefited our community, as a member of this commission now for almost 10 years, ensuring that regardless of where someone lived in this community, that they had the opportunity to be a part of that all-America city that Tallahassee has 3 times now been designated. That has been my commitment over these last almost 30 years. Not when it came time to benefit me, and I resent anyone questioning my integrity in that regard. No one has ever given me, a damn thing. I have worked all my life. I started working, mowing lawns when I was 13 years old. Nobody has ever given me anything. I've worked for everything that I have achieved and given back to this community in so many different ways, not just elected office. I've been a member of an organization. It was mentioned that I was a member of the original Blueprint Committee that established that vision for Tallahassee. I was vice chairman of the Sales Tax Committee that convinced the community to extend that sales tax. And do you know what I advocated for? When many of you were probably home enjoying your families or whatever it is you were doing, I was there advocating for projects in largely African-American neighborhoods that had been neglected over the years. That's why we've got that park on the south side of town. That's why we've got infrastructure improvements in African-American neighborhoods, $6 million that we've committed as a commission to 5 predominantly black neighborhoods. I could go on and on, y'all, because I've been there. I'm not talking about what somebody told me or me using this as an issue when it's to my benefit. I have worked hard for this entire community, and we've seen the changes and the benefits. And for the young people that are here, I would love to talk to you about what my experiences were at your age, growing up in the segregated South in little Green Cove Springs. It hurt, but I'm not stuck on that. I'm willing to move this community forward in every way that I can. I want to thank the representatives from FAMU for being here. It means a lot to me that they are here. We are looking out for FAMU. They are speaking for FAMU. They don't need anybody on this dais or otherwise to speak for FAMU. They have representatives that are quite capable of representing the interests of Florida A&M University, quite capable of representing their interests. And so I am going to support the motion on the table, and if anybody wants to question my blackness, come on, bring it on. Bring it on, because I can't imagine that anybody who hasn't lived 69 years of their life as a black man or a black woman can challenge what I have been through. And I know what that has been like. But I'm willing to move forward and to move this community forward to address the racial divide in this community and to recognize what my ancestors have given to this community, to the state of Florida, to the United States of America. And I'm proud of what they have done. And I'm looking forward to us moving forward on this issue and moving our community forward in the best way possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. For those of you that are here for the 6 o'clock public hearing, just a reminder, we are on an item from policy formation and direction, and we're obviously running a little late. Want to make sure we have plenty of time to discuss this issue. When this issue is done, we will take a short recess and then come back for the public hearing. I do apologize for running a little late. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. I have a question. For whomever can answer it, perhaps Mr. Doolin. I would like clarity on whether or not the agreement allows the Capital City Country Club to take down the memorial at any point. There were some concerns raised about, in 50, 100 years, what can happen, how is the memorial protected?
Yes, and I appreciate the question, heard the concerns myself. That MOU to get access to the site, to maintain and commemorate the site, as well as allow the public to access it from sunrise to sundown, that was done months and months ago. That was that included, at the time, this was not contemplated, the sale wasn't going forward. And that was simply a statement from the club to say, hey, listen, if you, the city, ever elect to take this site down, you would be responsible for that. That all of the terms of the MOU were put in to run with the land. That's a legacy from a prior context, but in no way does that indicate any plan or any original intent or any loophole or way to take it down. And going forward, by putting it in the easement that will run with the land, it assures our ability to continue to access it, maintain it, repair it. So that's preserved in the future.
Okay, thank you. So to clarify, only the city could take down the memorial or disturb the memorial?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Motion on table made by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2 with Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Matlow in dissent. Commissioner Porter, coming back to you. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said earlier, I really think that we do need to do a full archaeological study. I don't know if, given the motion that we just that was just passed, if that is still within our rights. But the fact is that it seems to me that all we have is a preliminary report. It's clear from that report that the entire grounds was not studied. We don't know where all the graves are and if there are more. And I'm just not convinced that we have done all we should do and can do. So I would make the motion to direct the city manager to refer this matter to the district medical examiner and the state archaeologist, and in addition to put out a bid for a full archaeological survey of the entire country club. I think that until and unless we take that action, we can't really know where there may be other burials, whether we can, through a study, contact any descendants, identify any of those buried there. I think that's really, really important. So if there is support for this, and if this action can't be taken because of the action we just took, then I would ask if we could include that as an amendment and perhaps even, reconsider that issue, if that would be appropriate.
Okay, motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Matlow. Mr. Manager, talk to us about the archaeological report.
Yes, sir. And it's been a while since I've read it, but I think it's helpful to kind of recall some of the history. The effort to review the site was led by the public. And in fact, this journey is a long journey. You heard from Mr. Hollinger earlier that this topic was discussed in the 70s and again the 90s, and then there was some more headway about 20 years after that preceded this effort, which brought about the National Park Service and the archaeological review. Mr. Hollinger was part of that. My recollection, it was an exhaustive review by the National Park Service using all the means and methods they had available to them. And historically, the issue would have been, do they have complete access to the area? Now, keep in mind, the plantation at the time, many, many years ago, would have been thousands of acres, which has been winnowed down to a little less than 200 acres. And so my recollection of the study, and I would recommend before taking action, Mr. Mayor, to have the commission study that report. It was a very good report prepared by the National Park Service that the city did not commission. It was commissioned by the National Park Service at the urging of the public with full access to the property granted by the country club. And they used many methods. In fact, if you look at the report, there's different degrees of probability of potential grave sites. There's some that are through many pieces of evidence very conclusive, and that's the orientation of the grave sites, the positive confirmation by numerous methods, including ground penetrating radar, and then there's others that are suspected but may not be as likely based on where they're located on the property, the depth of the potential finding. And so all of those things were done. I think it's an extremely well done report. I would recommend that to be reviewed. And again, the commission didn't, the city commissioner of the city didn't commission that. That was done by the appropriate authorities at the urging of the public, and there were no limitations. There were no limitations applied to the National Park Service. And I would think, and that's by extension the archaeologist, I would think that would be the case today too. No, there is no limitations to the extent those that do that at the federal and the state level have access, they exhausted all of their efforts, they found reasonable, and the findings were very informative historically. It matched, as I'm thinking about it, I'm remembering some of the details. Some of the locations that were more intensively reviewed were based on the historical accounts of members of the public, where to possibly look. And so all of that came together. That report is part of the agenda materials. I believe it might be attached to this item, but it's certainly publicly available. And in fact, in the memorial, you saw the pictures Mr. Doolin showed, there was a round area. That's where a series of storyboards and depictions will be. And it shows all that information. So I'd say that there's a lot of context. I'm a little fuzzy on it because it dates back, I believe that was 2019, and it was preceded by about 40 years of kind of historical discussions and accounts. But, that's my, I shared that with you for your consideration.
Right. Madam Attorney?
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to just follow up on some of the comments related to Section 87205 of the Florida statute. So I was asked and answered with one word, that it is a crime under that statute to, the words that are used are to disturb, destroy, deface, mutilate, remove, excavate, or expose human burial. And so, Commissioner Porter, to your point, of course, an archaeological study doesn't do any of those things. That also is why that statute really is not applicable to this situation, because the unmarked burials are not being disturbed. And I think not as those words appear to be used in the statute. There doesn't seem to be case law to support anything other than what those words actually mean at face value. So as I understand it, the unmarked graves at the country club have been identified and mapped, and the construction of the commemorative site has been planned specifically to avoid the burials. I don't have any information about what was done on the rest of the property, I can't speak to that at all. I will say also that Chapter 872 does specifically say that excavation of unmarked burials is not required unless it's necessary to prevent destroying or disturbing the remains. So I don't know if that helps to address some of the questions.
Great. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the comments, but it still remains that what we have is a preliminary report. And I am certainly no expert in this issue, but I don't think any of us are. And so I think that this is significant enough where at least considering taking this step and consulting with experts. I mean, we have Dr. Conti here, who is literally a professor in this exact thing and this is her job. So I'm not saying we move forward just because of that, but hearing from an expert, it makes me want to take a second look at what more we can do and what more we should do. Okay. So my motion is as I presented it.
Motion on the table, second by Commissioner Matlow, and I look forward to reviewing once more over the break. If we have any questions, I will be sure to sit down with you. Well, motion on the table? Yes, ma'am.
I think I understand the motion, but I'm hearing what the city manager has said about what is already available.
Correct.
I'm just, what's preventing the study of the information that is available and maybe learning from that? Because I came to this process early. I remember a meeting at Connie Evans' house once this was done, in meeting with some of the neighbors at that time about what was found and sent a video of what they actually found. And Jeff Shank's name keeps coming to my mind because not only did we look at this particular thing, we looked at other cemeteries in the city as well. And so my point is, will we be doing this for other sites as well? So when we open that can of worms, we've got to keep going. If we want to identify all of those.
You have the floor, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you. Home training does come into play. At what point, where do we go? I mean, we have a report. I think we need to revisit it, study it, understand it, refresh it if need be. And I'd like to have a conversation with Jeff Shank, to be honest with you, because it was under his leadership that this project really kicked off. And they brought in, like you say, different data points. There were dogs, there was scanners, there were heat seeking, there were a number of things that were used to draw the map that was done. And that's what the committee that was put together under the leadership of the city manager at the direction of this commission, that committee came together and agreed to this commemoration based on the information that had been provided. So I want to be supportive, Commissioner Porter, but I'm just not understanding if we know what we already have.
Agree.
And if we're, are we, duplicating effort or what have you?
Commissioner Porter, I'll come to you in just a second. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for, and Commissioner Williams-Cox, thank you for reminding us all. It was Jeff Shanks was the individual that worked for the National Park Service. He's an archaeologist, state archaeologist. And he had no limitations. And he was very generous with his time and resources.
He was on the committee.
In the effort. He was on the committee after he had done the work. I mentioned Mr. Hollinger. They worked very closely together over a long period of time. And the National Park Service, state archaeologists, those would be the experts to do this. And certainly I would think you would, it would be helpful to speak to them, I think, in terms of what was the level of effort, what extra work did he wish to do. He never expressed that. I feel like if you talk to him, he would say he was able to conduct the research necessary to put forward a good report in account of information. And so I share that. There was no time where it was, this is cursory, limited, we'd like to do additional information. In fact, all of you speak frequently with Mr. Hollinger. He would have told you that had that been an issue. And so I just share that. I think there's a lot of evidence that could be reviewed and give a lot of comfort in terms of the breadth and the scope of the effort so far.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure I understand exactly what you would be willing to support, Commissioner Williams-Cox. I was a little confused about whether.
Yeah, I'm a little confused as well.
Okay, well, so a preliminary report obviously means that other reports may be necessary. We can't speak to Jeff Shanks because he's been found guilty of committing extensive financial and ethical improprieties by trafficking in stolen Native American human remains.
Okay.
But
Commissioner Porter, I don't have, if you talk to me, I don't have anything to do with that.
Wait. Hey, everyone, Commissioner Porter's got the floor. Go ahead.
I'm certainly making no insinuation. This was after, I'm just saying it's not someone we can speak to. I'm interested in whether we even have the authority at this point or not in doing our due diligence. That was a different, in working with the state to see what we can do. If we are satisfied at that point, then I will happily let it go. But I think at this point, there's still an obligation. There's still something more that we can do. And with all due respect to all of us up here who are familiar with this issue, if I hear from someone whose literal job is doing this, then I'm going to trust their instincts and their recommendations as we trust other experts who speak to us. So I feel very comfortable with the recommendation of those experts that we just at least explore taking this additional step. And I have read the report. It's been several years, but I know that it is a preliminary report. That doesn't mean it's a faulty report. It's just like any process. You move in stages, and it seems like there are additional stages if we want to be as thorough as possible and as thorough as I believe the public expect and want us to be.
There is a motion on the table made by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Aye. The motion fails 3-2 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox in opposition. It is 6:24. We will come back at 6:35 for the public hearing. We stand adjourned.
Mr. Mayor.
To order at 6:37. For those of you that have been here waiting, I do apologize. We had a big issue that we were dealing with. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but we will jump in right now. In the absence of the manager, Madam Attorney, you want to open up 16.01, and we have Mike Alfano here as well. Mike, go ahead and just introduce the item.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.01 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-0-02AA, adoption hearing on the comprehensive plan update to the land use and mobility elements. An ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, adopting amendments to the land use element, including the future land use map and addendum, mobility element, and glossary, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-0-02AA, thereby adopting the proposed land use and mobility element and glossary revisions to the Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan in accordance with policy 1.8.1 of the intergovernmental coordination element of the Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan.
Excellent. All right, Mike, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners.
Thank you.
We have a brief presentation tonight to kind of catch you guys up on this project from when you guys last got it in September. Next slide, please. At the outset, I do want to highlight that last night this item went to the county. They voted to adopt the land use and mobility element update except for one revision, which we are presenting to you all tonight as our revised staff recommendation. They voted to remove the areas of 4 parcels that we were proposing to add to the urban services area over along Old St. Augustine Road. So if you all choose to do that, that would essentially be the same action that the county took, and it would.
Let me pause you right there. If we move with the same action as the county, what does that do? Explain for the public.
Sure, absolutely. So last night, the county voted to adopt the comprehensive plan along these lines. If you all vote the same way tonight, can be considered a joint adoption. We would submit that to the state and review agencies for their review of our adoption packet. They would have 30 days to review it and provide any comments. We don't really expect any because we've been feeding them information along the way as part of our transmittals. If they don't have any comments or objections after that 30-day period, this would become law at that point.
And if the city disagrees and does not pass the same that the county passed, what position does that put us in?
Sure. It somewhat depends on where you all disagree. For this example, the urban services area, if you don't agree with their urban services area adjustment, in the area where there is disagreement from what you vote to adopt and what they vote to adopt, the urban services area simply returns to where it currently is in that area. If it's a policy disagreement that you all choose to vote to amend or remove, that would require us to go back to the county to get them to see if they would take action on it, because it's kind of like, in the movies when you have to launch a missile and you both have to turn your key. That's essentially what has to occur for it to be considered adopted.
What an apropos example. My goodness, Mike, you walked into that one. Hey, by the way, on a personal note, let me pause. I know you and Artie and staff have literally been working on this for the past decade, for the past 10 years. So as we're going through the night, no matter what the end result is of what we do pass, I do want you to know we certainly appreciate all the hard work. And I think I also speak on behalf of the citizens too. Thank you for everything that y'all have done up to this point to get us here. So real quick, colleagues, are there any questions? Are we clear on county didn't pass exactly what was recommended last night, so we will either pass what they passed or decide to go in a different direction. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
My question is, and this is so the public will know as well, the area that they changed on is in the county.
Correct.
That's
okay. All right. Want to be sure of that. Thank you.
Correct. Okay. So please proceed.
Awesome, and I will do so expeditiously. Next slide, please. Just kind of as a quick recap, as you all recall, you voted to transmit the land use mobility element update to the state in September of this year. At that time, we discussed how there was going to be some upcoming community engagement in the county on the materials. We undertook that in late September and early October. On October 24th, we received comments back from the state in response to your transmittal. We had one comment that required a revision, which I'll highlight. I do want to highlight that there were no SB 180 issues flagged as part of their review. So as we projected, no issues with that.
Great.
On November 18th, we provided a status update to the Board of County Commissioners outlining a series of recommendations that we were suggesting they include, primarily to catch them up with where you all had kind of taken action at your September meeting, but there were two urban services area adjustments that one voted us to adjust to and one voted to maintain. And then last night, they voted to adopt the land use mobility element update with a revision to the urban services area boundary and the future land use map in the county, which is in their purview, and I'll highlight that change on a subsequent slide.
Excellent.
Next slide, please. So the first of these two areas that has a proposed shift in the urban services area boundary from what you all transmitted is in the area up near Meridian Road and Bannerman Road. Again, this is also an area that is in the unincorporated area. I will try to clearly describe, so where you see that red line, that is the current urban services area boundary. Where you see it changing from red to blue along the southern end of Lake Iamonia there, that is both what was transmitted by you all in September and also what we are proposing for you all to vote to adopt today. Where that line comes south and then diverges between the yellow and the blue, the yellow is what you all voted to transmit to the state, where it comes south there and then cuts across a little further south to Meridian Road, and also included that area expanded west of Meridian Road. What we're proposing that you all adopt tonight is that blue area, that it retracts the expansion to the west of Meridian Road. It does include a little bit of an expansion northward from that yellow line. One thing I want to highlight is the majority of these areas are all either developed or subdivided for developed, largely. There is also no land use changes proposed in this area, so it's not changing any of the densities, intensities, or development entitlements. This is primarily just so that these parcels in this area that have either been developed or may be developed in the future, it increases the likelihood that they either are developed on central sewer instead of septic, or that those properties that are developed are more likely to connect to central sewer. I will highlight that you all, I believe, received an email in opposition to this expansion earlier. I want to correct one thing in that email. This calls it a 1,400-acre parcel. This is actually made up of over 400 parcels. It's not just one large tract of land. So once again, proposing that you all adopt that, vote to adopt that blue boundary. Also, that's what the county adopted last night.
Okay.
Next slide, please. The second area where we are proposing an adjustment to the urban services area from what you all submitted in September is over near Old St. Augustine Road. Again, red is what is currently there. Blue is what we're proposing you adopt. That orange line is where in your agenda materials it shows our proposed expansion. There are 4 parcels there that are either outside of or partially in and partially out of the urban services area that we were proposing to take into the urban services area. Last night, the county voted to remove the areas that we are expanding the urban services area over these parcels and to not include those in the urban services area expansion. And so our recommendation to you all tonight is to do the same thing.
Okay. So let me stop you right there.
Absolutely.
So with the county's actions last night, not to expand, and what does that mean, Mike?
Sure. So the urban services area is essentially an indication on the map of where over time it is intended that an area will receive central water, central sewer, urban services. So what we were presenting was at some point in the future, this area is likely to develop. By including it in the urban services area, we make clear that it increases the likelihood that this area is potentially going to connect to water and sewer. Last night, the county essentially said that now's not the time to do this, and they voted to hold off on expanding the urban services in this area and, essentially allow that to occur at some point at a later date, should those property owners wish to pursue that.
Did they change land use or density or intensity or anything, or did they not agree with proposals?
Yeah,
Trying to get a feel for what happened.
Absolutely. So we were proposing to put these areas into a land use category called planned development.
Okay.
Areas like Southwood, Wilani, the Capitol Circle office complex, those are also areas that are targeted for planned development. Planned development does allow, at the max level, up to 20 units per acre of residential density and some decently intense non-residential square footage allowances. But before any of that can take place, it requires the master planning of an area to essentially lay out a plan for the future development of an area. And in response to a fair amount of public opposition to this, last night the county voted to, hey, if this is something that these landowners want to pursue at some point in the future, the development of this area, they can come in and seek comp plan amendments to make these map changes and expand the urban services area at some point in the future.
Will the urban services boundary be addressed at that time, or could it be addressed at that time as well? Look, my concern is that if we have growth in this community, that we don't take a step backwards and continue to put people on wells and septics. We should be, it's the environmentally safe, sensitive thing to do. Not talking about density, not talking about intensity.
Yeah.
That's going to be the county, but from a safeguard, it should be on central sewer and water. So as long as we have the opportunity to address that in the future, that's an important note to make on the record.
Absolutely. Nothing in terms of your action of whether to pull back from expanding the urban services area in this area precludes folks from coming in and seeking urban services area expansion and future land use map changes.
Excellent. Sorry.
So once again, recommend you all following the county's lead and on this particular issue and voting to remove these 4 parcels from the urban services area expansion. Next slide, please. We also have made some policy adjustments based on community feedback and one state comment since September. If you will recall, at your September meeting, the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods had a recommendation regarding in residential preservation, we're adding the language that you all directed us to add, allowing non-conformities to exist and becoming legally non-conforming. They recommended that there was a limitation on if they needed to rebuild, that they rebuild to essentially the same footprint. And we agreed with that. That made sense. We added that. There's some revisions to the rural community density levels. That will become a county-only policy should you all vote to adopt this. We made a policy clarification that public schools should be sited within the urban services area. In response to communications with the Buckhead neighborhood that are out Centerville Road, we added some language making crystal clear that the master plans for planned development areas that exist today continue to serve as the master plan for those planned development areas. We added some language clarifying a couple density bonuses that are within the lake protection future land use category. Right now, there is the lake protection node is one of the zoning districts that implements lake protection. We are providing density bonuses of up to 20 units per acre for areas within the lake protection node, and we made clarification that that only applies to any node areas along North Monroe Street, not to the node that exists over on Bannerman Road. The other density bonus clarification we added was today in the comp plan, you can do something what's called a conservation subdivision in lake protection, where if you have a mountain of land, if you set 60% of that land into conservation, essentially keep it in a natural state, you can develop that area at up to 2 units per acre. And we've added a density bonus that where urban services are in existence, that can go up to 4 units per acre. So a very small uptick in density for where urban services are available for that provision. The one state comment that we made a policy adjustment for was the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Affairs flagged that a lot of areas that we have in our natural areas, future land use category, are state-managed lands and are managed in accordance with a statutory required state management plan. And we added language recognizing that, saying that they would continue to be managed along those lines.
Mike, are you referring to the Lake Jackson?
I am referring specifically to the National Forest, but conceivably that could fall under that as well. If there's a
Lake
state,
Jackson, as a freshwater aquatic preserve, also has a management plan, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
I'm not going to call you out, and you don't even have to bring it back to a meeting. I would be interested in knowing what is the line item budget of the management plan of Lake Jackson as the only state's freshwater aquatic preserve.
Sure, we can run that down.
Send that out to us.
Absolutely. All right. And then some other very small minor policy revisions for clarification. And that's essentially the difference between what you all voted to transmit in September and what is presented to you all here for adoption. Next slide, please. As I described to you, should you all vote to adopt tonight, we would transmit to the state, 30-day review period. At the end of that, if there's no objections, it becomes law. And then once again, please, next slide, we are recommending option 1 with the addition of removing the areas of those 4 parcels that we previously were proposing to expand in the USA.
Excellent. Any other questions of clarification before I get to public comment? Let's go to public comment. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker at this portion of the meeting will be Wendy Gray, followed by Roy Knight. We have, I don't know, 6 or 8 speakers. Wendy Gray still here? Not seeing Wendy Gray. Then Roy Knight.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Roy Knight, 5962 Centerville Road, 32309, an architect following my professional responsibility of ethics in delivering this statement. My main point is to please consider all our fellow citizens, all of them, young, old, and all the rest. Not more calculations only, and then plenty of these. And I only compliment Mr. Alfano for his extreme and excellent effort of collecting and organizing data and everything else. He's done an absolutely wonderful job. So what I seek is making access from home to work services, hospitals, and shopping adjacent. Clusters of residential and commercial at the highest density and intensity can be just as profitable for developers, if not more so. Have better balance of city cost and service. Density can help increase public transit frequency and therefore reduce cost. Closer dwelling encourages a more sociable and neighborly environment. Please vote against expanding the urban services boundary and in future any other consumption of land outside the city limits. Save open lands and keep costs and revenue in balance. Please accommodate all citizens and all their special needs. Your fellow citizens would be very grateful. I am open for questions, grateful to have been allowed to speak. I would also be happy to tell you about my extensive, relevant, professional, and academic experience. So I'm open for questions if you have any. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Randy Dinker, followed by Ronald Saff.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Randy Dinker, 552 East Georgia. Would you buy a car if you didn't know the price? How about a house? Then why would you want to buy an expanded USA if you don't know the price tag? As soon as you bring this land into the USA, you are obligated by law to build sewers, water lines, electric lines, stormwater roads. It's going to cost millions and millions of dollars to build all this infrastructure, and you have not yet been told how much it will cost the taxpayers. More importantly, you don't know if this public investment is going to generate any profit or even break even. Well, actually, we do know the answer to that. It won't. This is urban sprawl. Some of this land is still zoned rural, and it's anticipated to be developed at suburban or urban fringe or less densities. And every reputable study shows that for every dollar you pay, you receive in tax collection, the public pays about $1.25. And this ratio doesn't change over time because you have to maintain and service it. Now, if you ran a business on this business model, you would not stay in business very long. And I've heard a lot of misinformation in the hearings. I've attended all of them, and I want to just talk about some of them because I think that they're not correct. And I want you to make sure when you vote on correct information. Myth number one, just because the land use is changing doesn't mean the underlying zoning will change. Well, that's technically true, but it's very misleading. Has any of you ever attended a zoning board hearing? I have. Well, I've seen neighborhoods get up and say they don't want it, and the board will say, well, we feel real bad about this, but the land use allows it, so we have to approve the zoning change. It's just an absolutely automatic thing, and requests are always granted, pretty much. Myth number two, we don't have enough housing right now. Well, that's actually not true. Your own staff has provided you with information showing there's currently an excess housing stock for about 3+ months. Now, the Tallahassee realtors say we should have 6 months, and I'm not going to quibble with that. But here's the thing. Just because you make the USA bigger doesn't mean that the builders are going to build more houses or that they'll build affordable or rental units, which is what we need. Builders build houses based on market forces, not whether the USC is supersized. That's voodoo economics. Myth number three, this is going to be good for the lakes because if we build sewers, then the people will stop using septic tanks.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
There's nothing in the law that requires anyone with a functioning septic tank to spend thousands of dollars to hook up to sewer. Myth number four, the USA boundary is currently not big enough to accommodate future growth. We don't know that. That calculation has not been done, but it's unlikely to be true. They say we need 23,000 more units by 2050. There's currently 20,000 units in the pipeline. Not a very high bar to meet that goal over the next 25
You're
years.
at 3 minutes.
So I urge you, vote no on expanding the USA, or at a minimum, send it back to staff to get the data you need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Ronald Saff, followed by Eleanor Harnage Hall.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Dr. Ronald Saff, 7081 Heartland Circle in Tallahassee. Please do not expand the urban services area. It's going to cost millions of dollars, and it's not going to pay for itself. There is nothing in it that requires builders to build affordable homes. There's already plenty of land for development here. Meridian Road is already congested. I'm from South Florida. I'm sure many of you have visited South Florida, and you know just how awful it is going down there because it's just so overdeveloped and super congested. We certainly don't want that for Tallahassee. It's going to decrease our quality of life. It's going to destroy a lot of our beautiful trees. It's going to be cost ineffective, and it's going to promote urban sprawl if the urban services area is expanded. Please vote no to expand the urban services area. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Eleanor Harnage Hall, followed by Marcia Rule.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Eleanor. I'm renting at 911 Dolores Drive, and I'm representing Strong Towns Tallahassee, hence the shirt. First, I'd like to thank everyone again for their patience and working with the public over all this time to get the comp plan ready. I know it's been a long time, and I'm sorry I didn't start this group until August. I'm 27, so I was busy moving and being poor, but now I'm here and I'm ready to be friendly to all of you, whether you like it or not. So for the folks that missed it, last time I was up here yapping about how residential preservation land use zone doesn't really fit our vintage neighborhoods because many of those lots already exceed 6 units per acre. And that's actually one of the things that makes them so great because they're naturally affordable and they're walkable and all around a great example of human habitat. I did see that a grandfather clause of sorts was added to the comp plan after the fact, so that that if any of the current houses get destroyed, they can be rebuilt at the same density, which is great. But it's kind of an admission that the city already knows that a lot of those lots are over 6 units per acre. At the end of the day, you can't really learn what defines a community by looking at a spreadsheet that says 6 units per acre. So that's why we held a walk in Levy Park where we just spent the whole time like looking around, spotting cottages, hidden duplexes, and other examples of organically grown housing that define a living community. I invite all of you to come on one of our walks to see what we mean. But I guess for the commissioners, it can only be one at a time. So we'll figure that out later. But just trust me, it's a good walk. And for the folks that say they don't care about all that, they just want their neighborhood to be, they don't want their neighborhood to be destroyed by development, that their neighborhood is harmless, et cetera. I have this to say, you know what else is harmless? A baby. Babies. They're not growing. There's something wrong. Basically, your neighborhood, whoever it is in this room, your neighborhood is changing, and if it's not growing, it's dying. Like, I don't know how many more homes we need because it's a contested thing. But at some point, unless we're all living on the streets, the housing void will close, right? Who do you want to close the housing void? Do you want your neighborhood to fall into decline and get bought out by out-of-state bigwigs before getting demolished for giant apartment complexes? Or do you want to let your community breathe and work with us to help it grow more naturally?
30 seconds remaining.
They say a healthy community is built by many hands after all, and that's basically what I'm advocating for. So to that end, we thought of doing something that other towns have done successfully, AKA pre-approved housing pattern books, which is basically where the city comes up with a bunch of literally like housing patterns bundled in with fees. And then each historic neighborhood can choose which patterns like fit their character. So you get to add to the housing stock naturally and organically, democratically. Everybody wins.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
So if it's ever not illegal for you guys to come get ice cream with me, let me know and I'll be here.
Excellent. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Marcia Rule, followed by Brandon Rowe.
Your name and address, please.
Marcia Rule, Maple Drive, Woodland Drive's neighborhood. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Denker and echo her comments. She said it better than I ever could. Next, I'd like to address a change to the plan that your staff did not address, and that is something, Mayor Daley, that you met with neighborhoods about. And for the rest of you, I'm sure you remember the long haul to get to here. Woodland Drives was at the table during the spring, during the summer, and in August, we had a meeting with Mayor Daley and other neighborhoods, and I believe his quote was, "No changes, period, to RP1." On August 20th, y'all voted no changes to RP1, period, except for the non-conforming use build back. Okay, so come the 9/17 meeting, there were changes to RP1. There was the addition of townhouses and cluster housing. And our neighborhood met as a group, and we decided, you know, the city has moved a lot on that. We need to move too. We'll compromise. We'll just support this. Great, except then on, 12/4, just last week, we get the first notice that there's an additional change to the RP1, adding duplexes. Let me tell you, if we knew that this had not been put to bed, we would be here advocating no cluster housing, no townhouses. We thought that you all agreed. At this point, I would like to ask you to remove the cluster housing, remove the townhousing, but you've already noticed that, and we agreed to that. But we do think it's fair to take the duplexes out. There's been no notice. You know, my neighborhood president and vice president couldn't be here. They had to leave after the golf course issue. But they both assured me they received no notice that this was intended, that it was on the table. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you scolded most of us back in the spring for not being at the table. Why are we late to this process? We've been at the table. We've been asking to be involved. We did not expect this. We didn't see it coming, and we ask you to take it off the table. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to get to public comment, but Mike, I need you to make note, and not right now, but we're going to come back and revisit this, okay?
Next speaker is Brandon Rowe, and then the following speaker, Vivian Young, is my last speaker.
Okay. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, my name is Brandon Rowe. I live at 3434 Laura Street, and I would actually like to yield my time back to Eleanor.
Well, we don't yield time like that, but you're more than welcome.
I would love to talk a little bit more.
Sure.
So, I live at 3434 Laura Street. I love my neighborhood. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit really quickly. I grew up in a small farming community in Illinois, and part of what I loved about that community where I grew up is everybody came together. Everybody talked to each other. And going back to what Eleanor said about going and having appropriate housing choices and density, I grew up in an area that had proper density where everybody could go and talk to each other, where when I grew up, I biked on the street and on the sidewalks. We don't want kids biking on the street, I understand that, but everybody came together, and when we go and we have that 6-unit max, we eliminate the ability for people to come together. Because if you look at where then a lot of places like Killearn, people get home, they go into their garage, they go inside, they never see their neighbors, and we lose that we lose identity. We lose what this city is, what makes it great. What I love about living in the south side of town, because there, where it's a little bit more dense, where people feel free to live, people come together. My neighbors come to my door. They say, after a storm, they say, hey, Brandon, are you okay? Hey, I offer my tools to them. They offer their tools to me. We talk to each other. And that is what happens when you have a plan for the city where you aren't putting a negative on having people living together, and instead putting in rules where you're forcing people to stay separate. What makes communities great is people coming together and people living together, people communicating, and not making people live away from each other, not making it so we sprawl farther and farther and farther out from each other. And that is what I have.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Vivian Young.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Vivian Young. I live at 411 Oakland Avenue in Tallahassee. I'm here on behalf of 1,000 Friends of Florida, which is a statewide organization that focuses on promoting sound growth management and planning in our state. Our mission statement concludes, above all, we strive to give citizens a meaningful role in shaping the future of their communities and state. To this end, we've raised a host of concerns since the Tallahassee-Leon County documents were first released in March. We have attended the meetings, we have provided input, we've provided analysis. However, 1,000 Friends is being portrayed by some commissioners and some staff as NIMBY, old-fashioned, and other things. What I want to make clear, what we have supported since day one is transparency, data-based analysis, equity, and meaningful public engagement and planning. Regarding transparency, there have been 3 substantive changes made to the plan since it was proposed. First, related to residential preservation. In that case, probably thousands of residents had no idea of what was proposed in the plan until very soon before they were notified about it. Second, Lake Jackson. Again, hundreds of residents were not aware of what was in the plan. Third, last night, Old St. Augustine Road. Hundreds of residents not aware of what was in the plan. I've been told by staff that they should have read it and better understood it. I have to tell you, as a professional planner, it has been the biggest challenge to read this and understand it. Regarding data-based analysis, I was told that determining the need for and cost to taxpayers of expanding the urban services area was old-fashioned. You may wish to share that with Miami-Dade, Indian River, St. John's, and Hillsborough counties, each of which has undergone detailed professional analysis to explore these exact issues in the last few years. I sent out an email earlier today that includes links to those studies. Regarding equity, last night, Commissioner Proctor made an eloquent plea for the provision of urban services in long-developed minority areas before committing to providing them for thousands of new areas designated rural.
You have about 15 seconds.
When will a true commitment be made? I do have one specific request, which is regards to Lake Jackson. I still urge you to slow down on making significant changes to densities in that area. DEP has requested that, and from my analysis, that hasn't been met.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
I have no additional speakers.
All right, let's open it up for discussion and direction. Well, hold on, before we do that, Mike, you want to come back and address some of the issues?
Yeah. So residential preservation, I just want to address. First of all, we took your direction and we kept residential preservation consistent with what it is today. I think that there was some confusion between RP1, which is zoning, and the residential preservation future land use category.
Okay.
The residential preservation future land use category is implemented by different zoning districts. RP2 zoning, which is in different neighborhoods other than Woodland Drives, allows duplexes. We noticed that the zoning code, land development code for RP, which implements it, specifically allows duplex development, duplex houses, and that was not included in the future land use language, so we added it. I'm just going to quickly read what the adopted Tallahassee land development regulations say today about residential preservations, if you'll allow me this. Single-family homes, duplex residents, mobile homes, and cluster housing may be permitted within a range of 0 to 6 units per acre. That is the language today in the Land Development Code for residential preservation. We did not change anything. We did not create something new to allow those things. That is allowed today. We are keeping it consistent, which is what your direction was.
Okay. Comments, questions, direction?
Move option 1 is recommended by staff.
Second.
Option 1 has been probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Further comment? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just quickly say I want to thank everyone for coming today and for engaging in this process. I can't support this today. I've stated countless times, I think we're moving in the wrong direction with many of the planning decisions that we make. I think expanding the USA is a mistake. And I also think that we made a promise to this community before our summer break that we would take a year to work on this, and then mere months later went back on that commitment. And so for that reason alone, I don't feel comfortable moving forward, but I do want to thank people for engaging. I want to thank staff for their engagement. I am deeply appreciative of many of the revisions that have been made through the work that staff and the community have done together, but I don't support the direction that this is moving in, despite there being improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Porter, for your comments. I agree. I want us to just look at this process and where we've come from and see how we could have done this so much better. You know, when we started this process, even the meetings with elected officials, we were talking about goals and objectives with no concrete information to review. And the public was interested then. They wanted to have more information about the details of what would be in the plan, what the boundaries would be, what the text changes would be. And they didn't get it until we got it about a week before the transmission meeting where we were moving forward. At that transmission meeting, there was no staff presentation about adding 1,500 acres around Lake Jackson or Old St. Augustine Road for single property owners. We should know that these are going to be of community concern. That should be front and center in any staff presentation to this board and to the committee. But take it even one step back from that, as we heard today, I mean, these residents, they're willing to compromise on different issues, whether it's the cluster homes or different things, but they're just being excluded from the entire process. That's why I was excited to have a full year to bring the neighborhoods in and really have those conversations. So we could talk about if we're going to increase density anywhere, what the design standards would look like to make sure, the biggest fear people have is the unknown. And when we spring these changes on them, and it changes every week, every time a new agenda item came out, there was a slight change to the plan, and it felt like playing whack-a-mole. So as a result, the plan we started with, the densities have been eliminated based on public backlash. 2 meetings ago, the Lake Jackson Aquatic Preserve area was removed after a public backlash and advocacy from their county commissioner. And then last night, the St. Joe property was removed after advocacy for their county commissioner. And they all said the same thing. We didn't know this earlier. Nobody's experts in reviewing map lines. Nobody is walking the boundaries of the urban services area. And we depend on our staff to let us know what changes are coming down the pipeline so we can address them quicker. One day before final adoption to be removing 1,500 acres, I think, is ludicrous. And if we're making those types of drastic changes at this point, it's incumbent that we just need more time to review the whole plan. Any standalone expansion of the urban services area and the amounts of thousands of acres for a single property owner should be a standalone comp plan change that shouldn't be bundled with anything that the city or the county or our government initiates. I think that should just be made plain. And I think as a result, they've been removed today. So rather than being able to debate the merits of whether those expansions make sense for the past year, now they're just excluded. Nobody wins. I think we need to make sure we continue to hold the line on the urban services area to where it is. I think we did the research during Wilani. Before we did the Wilani expansion, we had enough land within the urban core to plan for additional residents that are coming on in the next 20 years. We expanded those 3,000 some acres. None of that has been developed yet. Why would we consider adding more sprawl in a bunch of different areas, which all will require us to spend public dollars to invest in this infrastructure when we know in our existing urban services area, we have infrastructure that's failing. We have sidewalks that are failing. We have roadways that are failing. We have potholes that are not being filled. We have so much backlog in our existing urban services area, and to commit future funding for new development and frankly low density sprawl suburbs, I don't think is an effective way. I think we need to start at the very beginning. We do need to look at where we can increase density in the urban core. I think we do need to focus on the undesirable land uses that we have to replace them with infill housing. I do think when we talk about density increases, it has to be a community-wide conversation that includes every neighborhood. It shouldn't cherry pick 12 neighborhoods to throw density on when half the city under I-10 isn't asked to increase density. Nothing north of I-10 is asked to increase density. None of that makes sense to me. So I'm not going to support this on this today, but I know that planning is an ongoing conversation. As soon as this gets adopted, it's going to be, what's next, right? What's next? And all I'm asking is let's come together as a community, have that conversation about what's next on the front end. And so when we get to these meetings, we stop having these, knockdown, drag-out fights, and we can actually adopt something for the future of the city that we all want to see. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table currently by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. I intend to support the motion on the table. This is the art of compromise. This is the art of politics. We have spent a year on this in cycle. We have spent over a decade on this as the rewrite. First of all, I want to thank you gentlemen and your entire team over the years, even employees that are no longer with us, that have been working diligently on this rewrite. I was the elected official that made the motion as a county commissioner to begin this rewrite over a decade ago. And here we are tonight. It's actually kind of exciting. Y'all put in a lot of work. We've had some great community input as well, and I thank you. Am I getting everything I want in here? Absolutely not. But it is time to move forward. We need to have a similar product as the county in order to take the final step. So I will support it. Having said that, I think it's important to go on the record a couple of things, and I respectfully disagree with some of the items that were testified today. Let me remind you that in our community, new development is responsible for paying for the infrastructure when built in the urban services boundary. It was testified and made it sound like as if the city is the one that has to go out and put it in. That is part of the requirements of new development. Let's be very clear about that. But at the same time, you will never move me off the point that central sewer and central water is more environmentally safe than the antiquated 20th century of putting people, new development, on septic and on wells. I can never get there. I'm a true believer, going back to my planning past as well, that is the appropriate way to go. Earlier today, we had our annual report from the City of Tallahassee's Affordable Housing Advisory Council that came. And the county has an Affordable Housing Advisory Council for the unincorporated. And then there is the Joint Affordable Housing Advisory Council. We talked about the need for more affordable housing. We talked about the need for more workforce housing. And yes, I disagree. There is a shortage of workforce housing in our community. There is a shortage of affordable housing in our community. And this is something that we as a community will have to address. I do not think I will be an elected official when the next major cycle comes through. I don't think that we will be addressing this next year. So I'm asking my colleagues, and not tonight, but theoretically, this is what I'm hearing and this is what we have to deal with. In this cycle, we made a commitment to the neighborhoods not to change the density and the intensity. We took those elements out because we heard we do not want more dense, more intense infill in our neighborhoods. In fact, I remember distinctly people testifying saying, I would rather see new neighborhoods be built with density and intensity than to go in and redevelop or to develop undeveloped lots within our neighborhoods with stronger intensity and density. We did that. We left our neighborhoods alone. But quite honestly, I was a little surprised last night when our colleagues, and it is fully within their right to take a step back on these proposed properties in the land use and what we're doing. Now, I agree with some of the comments that were made last night from our colleagues, but my point is this. We are going to have to come together as a community and really, really get serious about affordable and workforce housing in the Tallahassee-Leon County area. Are we going to concentrate on infill? Are we going to concentrate on higher densities and intensities? Or are we going to build new neighborhoods and do it right and put them on central sewer and put them on central water? This is for years to come. This is the next generation of elected officials that will be coming through. But this is a serious issue that we must address, or else we will continuously be talking about the affordability issue during election cycles, not just next year, but 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 6 years from now. So I'm going to support the motion on the table because I think it's time to come together with our colleagues at the county, have the similar product so we can move forward. But I'm glad I had the opportunity to also put my concerns moving forward for the future of affordable and workforce housing together. Motion on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. And the motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter in dissent. We are now on item number 16.02. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.02 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-0-23, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee updating the capital improvements element of the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-0-23.
Mr. Cook, do we have any speakers on this item?
No, sir.
All right. Commissioners, any discussion?
Yes, is there a staff presentation?
We have a staff
No.
presentation, Mr. Manager?
No, they say no.
No, we don't.
Move for option 1.
There's a motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Second.
Seconded by the mayor. Any further discussion? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. Can we have a staff explanation of the updates?
Yeah, sure. So this is an annual action that is undertaken every year. The state statute requires that local governments review the capital improvement schedule. And so every year this is presented to both the City Commission and County Commission and is adopted by ordinance. Essentially, it is taking the capital improvement plans that have already been approved by the city, the county, Blueprint, CRTPA, and school board, and adopting it by ordinance into the comprehensive plan and the capital improvements elements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Motion on the table was made by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the mayor. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Porter out of chambers. We're on item number 16.03.
Item number 16.03 is the second and final public hearing on ordinance number 25-0-24, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 10 of the Land Development Code, revising permitted principal uses for the C1, C2, and CP zoning districts, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the second and final public hearing, and adopt ordinance number 25-0-24.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. 4 commissioners in favor with Commissioner Porter out of chambers. We are now on item 16.04.
Item number 16.04 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-0-27, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 9 of the Land Development Code concerning certified recovery residences, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing, and adopt ordinance number 25-0-27.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Excellent.
Move
Colleagues?
recommendation.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 16.05, Madam Attorney.
Item number 16.05 is the first and only public hearing on the HUD fiscal year 2024-2025 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing on the HUD fiscal year 2024-2025 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report. I believe Dr. Kimball Thomas is available if there's any questions.
Excellent. Wonderful. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move staff recommendation.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 16.06.
Item
Madam
number
Attorney.
16.06 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 25-0-28, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending chapters 16 and 17 of the Code of General Ordinances, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-0-28.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
Move for staff recommendation.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other items coming before us at the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I have one quick question, if I could, for clarification. On 16.02, I thought I heard you say 4-1 with Commissioner Porter out of chambers, but it's 4-0?
I apologize. It should have been 4-0.
Just wanted to make sure we got the record straight.
Commissioner Porter, do you want to be reflected in the affirmative on the 2? I did not
Yes.
realize you were just around
Yes.
the wall. So if the record can reflect a unanimous vote in favor of,
Of 1602, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
yes, that'd be wonderful.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Do we have any other items coming for us at the public hearing tonight?
We do not.
Excellent. I'm going to take up 12.03. We have some dear friends that have been waiting here all evening for the renaming of the street. So let me go ahead real quick and turn it over to the manager. We're back on policy formation and direction, item 12.03.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Deputy City Manager Karen Gentlemanville will introduce this item.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and Commissioners, as you may remember at our last meeting, you directed staff to prepare this item, which requests your approval for the renaming of Dewey Street to Bishop E.L. Shepherd Way in recognition of the late Bishop Elbert Lee Shepherd. Bishop Shepherd was a prominent African-American pastor, educator, civic leader, and bishop who led multiple churches and missions from 1962 until his passing in 1998. He served as a school counselor for 35 years at Carter Paramore Middle School and James A. Shanks High School. The Florida Civil Rights Museum recognized him as one of the 200 most influential African Americans of the past 200 years. The renaming along Dewey Street from Rollins to West Call would take effect January 26, 2025, January 26, with notification sent to all relevant property owners and agencies. John Reddick, our Growth Management Director, has been on a lead on this item, and he's here to answer any questions you might have.
Dr. Gemaville, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we do have some speakers on this item.
Excellent.
The first is Elliot Shepard.
I want to thank you all for waiting so patiently.
It has truly been well worth the wait.
Right.
I'm Elliot Shepard, one of the sons of the late Bishop Shepard. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, and to all the Honorable Commissioners. I want to thank you for this consideration. I'm here representing also my brother, Dr. Donald Shepard, who's the pastor of Watson Temple Institutional Church. My sister is here, Elaine Shepard, and some of Pastor Shepard's members are here. We just want to say on behalf of my family, also my other brother, Elbert Shepard Jr., Ronald Shepard, Donald Shepard, Elaine, and myself, I would like to express our deepest appreciation for your consideration in naming a street in honor of my late father, Bishop E.L. Shepard. This gesture reflects not only recognition of his service, but also the city's enduring commitment to acknowledging those who have worked tirelessly to uplift our community. Throughout Dad's life, he dedicated himself to faith, leadership, and public service. He believed that the strength of a city lies in its people, and that every act of kindness, whether large or small, contributes to the well-being of all. His ministry extended beyond the pulpit, reaching into neighborhoods, schools, and families who needed encouragement and hope. To see his name potentially memorialized on the streets he once walked and served is a humbling and meaningful honor. It symbolizes a legacy of compassion, integrity, devotion, and community. On behalf of my family, I'd like to thank the Commission for your thoughtful consideration of ensuring that his contribution will continue to inspire us in generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Delatry Hollinger. Mayor and Commissioners, I'll also add as he comes to the microphone that we have some written remarks from Donald Shepard, which will be made part of the record as well.
Excellent. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Delatry Hollinger, 750 Wells Street, Tallahassee. The righteous cry, and the Lord heareth, and delivereth them out of their troubles. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such as be of contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all. The 34th Psalm, stanzas 17 through 19. I stand to express my full support for the renaming of Dewey Street in honor and in recognition of the late Bishop Elbert Lee Shepard. Bishop Shepard, the preeminent pastor of Watson Temple Church of God in Christ for 36 years, was a pillar of our community, universally loved and admired throughout our city. Bishop Shepard tended to the needs of those who were hungry, downtrodden, and brokenhearted. He clothed and counseled those who were in need and was famous for his Friday night teachings at Watson Temple, which packed the pews to the tune of hundreds. But he was especially a father figure for his students, both those who he pastored as well as those who he counseled in the Gaston County Public School system. Bishop Shepard's legacy is solid as a pioneering elder, bishop, stalwart, activist, and beacon light in our community. And what a tremendous way to ensure that his indomitable legacy continues with the action you take on today. I submit to you, Commissioners, that there is no greater candidate for the renaming of this street than Bishop E.L. Shepard. I honor Dr. Donald Shepard and Lady Sarah Shepard in their absence, and I certainly honor his daughter who is here, Sister Elaine Shepard, and his son, Pastor Elliot Shepard.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James McAllister, who I believe was here earlier but may not be present. So that concludes our speakers.
Excellent. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners, and Mayor, for supporting this. Pastor Donald Shepard, actually, it is a part of record, but I'd like to read it in case he's watching. Let him know I did what I said I'd do. A statement from Dr. Donald Shepard, youngest son of Bishop Albert Lee Shepard, pastor of Watson Temple Institutional Church of God in Christ. As we hear of the positive impact our Father had on people, we become more grateful that we were blessed to witness his effectiveness from several perspectives. We not only saw him as a pastor and school guidance counselor, but we also saw him as a daddy and a loving husband to our mother. Renaming Dewey Street means the world to us, not just because he labored there many years in ministry, but it would honor his faithfulness, strong resolve, and love for others. His commitment to his work was unwavering. He taught us plenty through the words. However, he taught us more through his deeds. He had a heart for people that would not quit. We understood how to share our Father, yet we never felt unheard or slighted. We were proud of him then, and we are more continuously proud of him posthumously. Thank you for considering, honoring our dad. May this name keep inspiring us all to be faithful, strong, and caring. And as a personal point of privilege, the Shepherds and I, we were neighbors. I grew up on Elm Street. They did too. They were up on the west end. I was on the east end of Elm Street. And he was my guidance counselor, as I said at the last meeting. But for Reverend Shepard, Bishop Shepard, I probably wouldn't be where I am because I was in love. I was going to get married. I wasn't going to college. And he called me to his office being the good guidance counselor. And he convinced me that I would be leaving money on the table if I didn't go to college. So I delayed my marriage. We're getting ready to celebrate 40 years because he told me he would still be there waiting when I finished college. He was right. He was there waiting. So instead of celebrating 45 years of marriage, we'll be celebrating 40 years of marriage. But because we waited those 5 years, life was better because we were able to get a good education and have a good life for ourselves. So because of who he was and who he still is, I am who I am. And there are countless others of us out there who know this. So all of the students from James A. Shanks High School and Carter Paramore Middle School in Gadsden County in Quincy, this was our guidance counselor. And he always did the announcements every morning. And he always ended the announcements with, and you could hear him smiling. He always ended the announcements with, "Have a great day now and bye-bye."
That's great. Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
All right. That is a motion for the recommended option number 1. I'm going to entertain without objection a unanimous second. Excellent. You have the floor.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I had the extreme pleasure, thank you, of serving with Elder Shepard when he was a counselor at James A. Shanks High School, and I was a school psychologist in the Gadsden School District serving Shanks at the time. And he and I got to know each other, and whenever I was on campus, I would always stop by his office in the guidance suite to talk with him and gain wisdom and knowledge from his counsel and advice, and also from time to time would visit his church at Watson Temple to hear his word from the pulpit. And I just want to say how proud I am of the fact that we are recognizing Elder Shepard for the work and service that he provided in this community. And I'm sure what he provided for his family during the time that he was here with us. So, yeah, I am certainly proud to be able to support the renaming of this street and immortalizing his name in that way.
Excellent. I, too, am absolutely honored to participate in the renaming for the bishop. The Shepard name and the Dailies have gone back ever since my father was an elected official. I've always had the utmost respect for the entire family, and thank you for all that you do for them. With that, there's a motion on the table that was made for a staff recommendation by Commissioner Williams-Cox with a unanimous second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed. Passes unanimously, 5-0. And once again, thank you for your patience. You have been here since 3 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you. We are on item number 12.02, our last item to come before us, policy formation direction. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, we'll move through this quickly. Max Stout, Senior Analyst in Resource Management, has a presentation. This is your year-end closeout. As you all know, our budget year runs from October through September, and this is the last step in closing that out. It is a balanced budget. It does involve 14 funds, and so we're closing all of those out, and we have some adjustments, year-end adjustments that we're asking you to approve. And so with that, I'll ask Max to run through the presentation.
Mr. Stout, you do an amazing job. I love working with you each and every day. You are part of a national award-winning team, and thank you for bringing this meeting to a close. The floor is yours.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the update this evening. I'm also joined by my colleague, Amy McLean, another important part of that award-winning team that we're very proud to be a part of. Obviously, Robert couldn't be here tonight, but we also appreciate his leadership in bringing us to this point at the end of the year here. And then lastly, I do want to say that we also appreciate Patrick Twyman and our counterparts over in financial services. You know, when the budget year closes, there's still a lot of work, and they do a lot of that heavy lifting to get us to this point tonight. So appreciate all those involved. So with that said, I'm going to jump right into this and move quickly. As you know, the FY25 budget totaled $1.2 billion, over $900 million in operating costs, and over $300 million in capital investments. And today, we're seeking the Commission's approval for the necessary actions to close the city's 14 operating funds, as the manager mentioned, as well as your approval of 2 timely budget amendments. The 25 budget, just a very brief overview of that. It's a product of nearly a year-long process, which begins with the City Commission retreat, where we then followed by a number of workshops and discussion with the community. The result is a budget plan that aligns with Commission priorities and addresses strategic plan objectives. It includes a number of those priority investments. We have a number of those outlined in the item, but just to highlight a few of the important ones there, $2 million in neighborhood first funding, $2 million in police technology, as well as support for the Real-Time Crime Center, as well as $2.9 million in CHSP funding. So these investments and other budget-conscious actions that we take throughout the year are what has set the stage for the 26 budget and beyond. Moving on, we do have 2 budget amendments that I mentioned earlier. The first is a routine amendment. You've seen this several times now throughout the closeout process, and that is to recognize program revenue for the CDBG, home, and SHIP funds. And the second is to appropriate approximately $1.8 million in settlement funds from 3M, which resulted from a public water quality class action lawsuit. As for the funds themselves, we'll move on to the table here. We do need your approval to take these last year-end actions so that the funds can be balanced. Of course, at the top there, general fund, we talk about the general fund a lot. Obviously, it's very important as it provides services such as police, parks, streets and sidewalks, but we also know that it's one of our most fiscally constrained funds. So with all that said, I am pleased to report that the general fund is balanced at year end, and we were able to do that while still making the necessary transfers to balance Star Metro and without the use of any reserves, such as the deficiencies fund. We do have funds that have surpluses, and of course, we have city policy that guides what we do with those surpluses. So for example, electric and gas, if you perhaps have a nice cold winter and a warm summer, it's very possible, you know, you'll end up with those surpluses. And of course, we have those city policies in place for those exact scenarios so that we know where to put those dollars, and then that way they can be used in the future properly. And the same thing, when we have funds that have a deficit, those same policies guide what we do to support those funds at year end. So when we have the good years that we're putting money into reserves and RR&I, we're then able to use those in years, you know, based on when expenses are happening, when projects are happening that maybe we need to use some of those reserves to balance those funds at year end. So again, those are all guided by city policy, and those recommendations that you see up there are guided by those policies. And then lastly, and it's maybe a bit ending on a bit of a sour note, but at the same time, this is something that's very important and that we really need to talk about, and that will certainly be a conversation that's going forward, particularly as we start developing the 27 budget and then even further beyond that. Notably, we have been tracking 8 bills in the House that would either reduce and eliminate property taxes for municipalities. Notably, 4 of those bills have advanced out of the state Affairs Committee. And those bills are particularly number 201, which is the most significant impact to the city. And it could potentially have a $266 million impact over a 10-year period by essentially eliminating all non-school property taxes for homeowners. There's a couple other notable ones that have impacts, such as House Bill 205, which eliminates non-school property taxes for residents over 65, 209, which offers an extra $100,000 exemption for homeowners with property insurance, and 201, which would allow homeowners to transfer the full Save Our Homes cap benefit when moving to a new homestead. So 201 obviously would be bad in itself, but when you combine that with the other 3 and you have a potentially $400 or $500 million impact over the course of 10 years, that's certainly something that we're closely monitoring. I know all of you are doing the same, but it's something that we're going to have to really continue to pay close attention to and determine how we handle that going forward and in our budget development process, excuse me. So with that said, that brings us to the option, which is option 1, to accept the closeout report as presented, authorize the FY25 year-end adjustments, and that includes those 2 budget amendments that I referenced.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues, any questions?
Not a question, but property taxes is real. Florida League of Cities has done an excellent job in providing information on what it could actually mean, but I still think that our citizens don't understand what could possibly happen if any of these property tax bills make it to law. It's going to be serious, very serious.
Is that a motion for staff recommendation?
I move for staff. For staff.
Been probably moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Max, excellent job on the budget closeout. We appreciate you. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have anything else to come before us under policy formation direction?
No, sir.
All right, we are on unagended speakers. Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
9 or 10.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Tara, and Tara will be followed by Serenity Williams. As with the other portions of our meeting, 3 minutes per speaker, and I'll give the heads up at 2.5.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name's Tara Botter. My zip code is 32306. Me and 40 other speakers stood against the TPD's 287G agreement with ICE during the last city commission. Every one of you has heard the arguments in favor of revoking it and know full well the consequences of what you voted for. Mayor Daley smugly chuckled to himself as the commission's excuses were dismantled one by one, thinking that laughing this off was enough to save face. It is clear at this point that you do not care about your constituents. Last meeting, I wanted to ask every one of you that voted against revoking 287G why. Why would you do something so immoral and messed up? I felt like begging you to hear us and put yourself in the community's shoes. But making up fictional scenarios in my head where you actually change and listen to people isn't productive. You do not care about increasing infringements on the rights of immigrants and Tallahasseans as a whole. You do not care about people of color being racially profiled. You do not care about due process being thrown out the window. You do not care about the silencing of domestic violence victims, and you do not care about working class people. The only thing you've shown us you care about is saving your own skin. I have never felt more disaffected by electoralism and our elected representatives than when I actually stood face to face with the people who are supposed to act in our city's interests and watched them instead act in blatant disregard of their well-being. You spoke about decorum and civility and our right to express our views and have our voices heard, but that seems to be the only thing you're capable of doing. Spouting platitudes about values you clearly don't believe in. Notwithstanding the fact that you merely use those principles to dismiss criticism while cutting off a speaker's time and refusing to admit that you are wrong, why does anything we say here actually matter if you're just going to bow down to fascism anyways? You said you were fine with us expressing anger or disrespecting your colleagues, but you were only fine with that because you knew the result would be the same. You have all the final say, and amidst your large salaries and political power, a couple of angry remarks from students and community members means nothing. Okay, do you realize that all you're doing when you laugh in the face of our concerns is delegitimize the institutions you work under and claim to serve? How are people supposed to have faith in our representatives when even the people they voted in to be an opposition party won't do what they were voted in to do? How is a two-party system where Democrats and Republicans behave identically a pluralist democracy? Jacqueline Porter and Jeremy Matlow, thank you for standing with Tallahasseans and voting in favor of revoking 287G. But you seem to be a needle in a haystack among the large swaths of elected officials that stop caring about their constituents the moment they're voted into office. While we absolutely should vote out Mayor Daley and Diane Williams-Cox, the real problem is that these people could override popular consensus in the first place. Real democracy doesn't happen when we can choose between people who scapegoat minorities and actively support racial profiling and people who will lay down and let their constituents get trampled on when it's politically convenient for them to do so.
You only have a few seconds remaining.
Okay. So, I'm asking us to unionize, to call for referendums, to get involved in our communities, and stop outsourcing our own destinies to people who are being paid to disregard them. Thank you.
Very much. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Serenity Williams, and then Juming Delmas.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Serenity, 4011 Elder Lane. Again, my name is Serenity Williams. I am a proud native of Tallahassee and a member leader with Tallahassee Alert. I'm here because I'm deeply troubled by the actions of everyone involved in the negotiations so far with our beloved hospital, TMH. I was born there, my niece and nephew were born there, and when one of my family members was a victim of gun violence, they were rushed to TMH and received the trauma care they needed. TMH is our hospital, it is our asset, and we deserve a say in what happens to it. We must have full transparency in what is being negotiated. We must have a full appraisal of the hospital. We must include all of our institutions of higher learning in this new partnership, and FSU needs to clearly explain why they must own the land the hospital sits on to have a successful partnership. We deserve more public forums for community engagement on this agreement, and that is what we've asked of many of you, which we've had meetings with. Today, we saw a tale play out that we know all too well, a 3-2 split vote on a sale of another valuable city asset in the golf course. This vote goes directly against the wishes of the people, and I want to be clear, we will not accept this result in a sale of our hospital. If we have this conversation together, we stand to gain understanding and respect for one another and bring unity to our capital city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Juming Delmas, and Juming Delmas, followed by, then Howard Kessler. Next. I don't see the previous speaker, so Kessler, you're up.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Howard Kessler, 32303. Commissioners, Mayor Daley, you are Tallahassee's elected officials, but for the moment, think of yourselves simply as tax-paying residents of Tallahassee. Before your city officials committed to a multi-million-dollar land swap and hospital deal, would you as Tallahassee taxpayers want your commissioners to ignore getting at least one certified appraisal of the city-owned TMH land and buildings? Would you want your city commissioners to make deals behind closed doors? Would you want your city commissioners to give away your hospital and land for peanuts to Florida State University, the same FSU that you gave $26 million taxpayer dollars for seating at its football stadium? Of course not. Why? Because making decisions like those are irresponsible and are an insult to Tallahassee taxpayers and a threat of future injury to Tallahasseans and beyond. Your swap of TMH to FSU is not about improving health care, is it? If so, why haven't you explained how this multi-million-dollar swap would improve medical care? You haven't. Why? It's simple. There are no improvements or specific descriptions on how health care would be improved or provided in any of the written documents I have seen so far. Do you really want Governor Ron DeSantis and his off-the-hinge Dr. Ladapo to control Tallahassee's hospital care? Do you want to advertise to the people of Tallahassee up front that DeSantis' state doctor rejects many medications, including vaccines, and touts non-scientific medicine? Mayor Daley, would you want to leave this board of commissioners with a legacy that will threaten Tallahassee's healthcare future? Would you want to carry the responsibility for this sloppy, unprofessional, potentially deadly decision with you for the rest of your life? And Commissioner Cox and Richardson, is this also your desired legacy? What would you think of city commissioners who made decisions in the manner just described? Ask yourselves, are those leaders worthy of any respect or support from the people they pretend to serve? I think not. I humbly submit that you should stop and think of your responsibilities before you leap to your eternal disgrace.
You have 20 seconds.
Don't sell our land, and don't sell our health care. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bernard Stevens. Bernard Stevens will be followed by Justin Jordan.
Great. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
All right, my name is Reverend Bernard Michael Stevens, Jr. You know my address is exempt, of course, but here's the thing. I'm going to break it really, really quick. People flourish because of grace, not before it. You understand? Now, what's really killing me is that I grew up in Watson Temple, matter of fact. Now, Reverend C.K. Steele was actually someone really big in Tallahassee. Yet instead, he has no street in Tallahassee yet, Diane. I wonder why. Yet instead, you all talk about what you're doing on the south side. Yet, we still have flooding on the south side. Yet, we still have issues on the south side. Yet, the roads over there on Orange Avenue still sucks. And it's been like that for years. But we sit back and we talk about what we're doing for the community. Richardson, you cannot speak for another black brother. I have not been through what you've been through. You ain't been through what I've been through. So don't you dare fix your mouth and say something about, oh, anybody tell me I'm not black. Let me tell you something, man. You all elected officials, you get up here and you get high and mighty about what you do. Cock shake your head, baby. Because what y'all been doing to our community, keeping our people bound in chains, is inhumane. And for Commissioner Porter to give Mr. Gold a 1, she's entitled to that, brother. Don't you know that? And then for you to call her out on Front Street and to say, well, I'm not going to do that. Let me tell you something. If she gave him a 1, she is in all her power to do so. Our streets still look like crap. Our sewage is still backing up. Our landscaping looks a mess. But you give him a 5. For what, effort? Is that what it is? But the city is tired. I'm tired. And I'm tired of coming in here telling y'all the same thing over and over. Change starts within your hearts. Why do y'all go to church every Sunday? For what? To go and sit there and then come back and beat little people? You're supposed to be the impartial man. But yet instead, time and time and time again, my brother, you side with these two. You have never, as long as I've been coming in here, sided with them and say, I'm going to break that divide. So that goes to show a biased, sexist, racist mayor. And you think that's all right? Stop treating them women like that. And for her to keep speaking about, oh, I've been on the south side 30 years. I am 37 years old, and my side of town still looks like it looked when I was a kid, Diane. Curtis, I bought a house over there.
You're at
I'm
30
tired of your
seconds.
speech. It's the same speech every time you say it. I'm tired of you talking about what you did for our community. You've done nothing. Your pastor runs all the rest of these pastors in this city, but not me. I will not beckon to slavery. I will not beckon to nobody telling me what I got to bow down to, because God did not put us here for us to sit around here and treat each other like that. He's our Father, John Daly, not just yours, his, or hers. Fix the way you lead, and maybe you'll see a change in this city.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next, Justin Jordan. Justin Jordan, and then Juniper Curtis.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Justin Jordan, 600 Eugenia Street. Firstly, I want to address some of the comments that followed the discussion on the golf course. Yes, your job is to represent the over 200,000 residents of Tallahassee, but your job is funded by us. I don't aim to question your identity. I don't aim to put into question your past experiences. I aim to question what you're doing now to service your constituents at this time. And time again, communities, and time again, people have expressed their concerns and they've been ignored. But maybe if I was a developer, you'd listen to me. Maybe if I was a president of FSU and I offered you support from the Boosters Club, you'd listen to me. Maybe if I was president of FSU and I asked you to give me $26 million for a stadium, while FAMU requests $1 million and is denied, maybe you'd listen to me then. I'm not standing up against the 287G agreement because it's convenient. I'm standing up against it because it's right. And if you care about the issues that you claim to care about, you do the same. Some of you know the horrible yoke of oppression, the horrors of segregation and discrimination, and yet today America's immigrant community is under attack and the majority of you refuse to do anything. And if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Talk to me, answer an email, listen to the community, represent us like you claim to do. And for the rest of the time, I did also want to bring up kind of what I mentioned earlier. I read the memo from Jacqueline Porter about how the president of FSU had offered her support from the Boosters Club. Thank you so much for reporting that. Seriously, so many politicians would probably have taken that deal. So many politicians probably would have accepted that in a heartbeat. But you were a politician who reported that. And I think that we need more accountability on the city council. I do. I really do. And I know I don't represent FAMU, but as a student at FAMU, I've seen a severe lack of investment in our school. Seriously. I might not be, the perfect model FAMU student to talk about FAMU's issues, but I think it's important that we talk about what's going on at FAMU, right? Me and my friend were just talking about how so many of us, we have to walk across big streets just to get to class. We have to walk in the street. We don't have the same infrastructure as FSU. And I think it's a systematic defunding that's happened there. We don't get the same funding, and you don't control that, but there are things that you could help with. You could help with an investment in Black communities in Tallahassee. And I know you may have been on the board for 30 years or worked in public service for 30 years, but I need you to take those years of experience and lead us into the present, lead us into the future, a future that's not just for the rich, the powerful, the wealthy, the developers, a future that is for the people of Tallahassee. And the people of Tallahassee are demanding that you revoke your agreement with ICE, are demanding that you stand with the Black and brown communities of Tallahassee, and we are demanding that you rescind your signing of the 287G agreement, and we are demanding that you stop selling out our community for a handful of developers. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Juniper Curtis, and then Brandon Beckett.
Your name and address for the record, please. 3 minutes.
Juniper Curtis, Tallahassee. You've heard me talk today. You heard me talk 2 months ago when the 287G agreement was put up for a vote, and these three commissioners here in the center decided to keep it in place. Today, we've had a lot of talk about history, right? We've talked about the history of the country club, the history of Tallahassee, the history of slavery and racism in our city. And however hard it might be to realize, we are standing here making history today, right? Everyone on this commission is playing their role in making history. We're looking around in the past 2 months since you voted to keep the 287G agreement. What's happened? Immigrants have been killed. Immigrants have been rounded up. Trump has continued in every single place in this country to attack immigrants. And those attacks have spread beyond our borders. We're killing countless innocent fishermen all across Latin America. We're threatening war with Venezuela. And however impossible that connection might seem, The votes you make here play a role in that. When you decide to enable our police to attack immigrants, to continue that prejudice, you are enabling on every single level these attacks. You're enabling DeSantis, you're enabling Trump, you're enabling the racism that is at the core of these attacks. So I think I want to stand here and just make you think about that, right? I want you to think about your role in history. I want you to think about how you'll be remembered. There's 2 members of the commission who I think will be remembered well. They sit up here, they consistently talk about the dangers of 287G, they talk against Trump, they talk against racism. And then there's 3 members here who instead attempt to weaponize history. They weaponize their place in history, they use buzzwords to make it seem like because of their own experiences that everything they say stands. And that is absurd, right? No matter what you've gone through as an individual, that doesn't justify your actions today. It doesn't justify the racism that you're enabling. It doesn't justify the way you empower Tallahassee Police Department to attack and brutalize immigrants in this city, to attack and brutalize immigrants across the country and outside of the country. So I want to hope that maybe you'll reconsider, but if not, that if nothing else, you'll think, right? You'll think that in history, you will be remembered as the people who made the decision to enable racism, to keep these attacks going.
You're at 30 seconds.
And to keep harming immigrants, keep harming the people who built this community. I want to think that you have the ability to change, and maybe you do, but I'm not sure, right? So for these last few seconds, I'm just gonna sit here in silence and let you think about your place in history.
Time's expired. Next speaker is Brandon Beckett.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Thomas Spears.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Brandon Beckett, 32304. I'm here today because this commission continues to ignore the community's plea to end the 287G agreement. And I need you to understand something. The people supporting this policy get to go home at night without fear. They don't worry that a knock on the door could mean their family is torn apart, but many of our neighbors do. Many parents in the city put their kids to bed wondering if they'll get to wake up with them tomorrow. No policy that creates that kind of fear can ever be justified. We're told not to worry because only 1 officer is trained, but what stops that from becoming 2 or 10? Nothing. They just get a financial incentive to train more and more officers on this agreement, and it's just not right. And this commission has shown again and again that when the state demands something, it falls in line. We have no real assurance that this agreement won't expand, and every reason to believe that it will. Government exists to protect people's rights, their life, liberty, their possibility of happiness. When you violate the rights of one group, you open a door to violating the rights of many more groups. That is how fear spreads. That is how trust dies. 287G was never chosen by the people of Tallahassee. It was imposed. And it is hurting families who are just trying to live their lives in peace. I'm asking you to listen to the people you represent. Everybody that comes to every city commission meeting calling for the end of 287G. Listen to families who are scared. Show them that their dignity matters. End this agreement, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Thomas Spears. Followed by Joel Nunez.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Thomas Spears, live at 32303. The 287G program is a force multiplication strategy for ICE. Gives local law enforcement agencies the power to detain people believed to be undocumented immigrants. Police Chief Lawrence Revel says that he is legally required, but we know that's not the case. The ACLU said so. You can also just read the way that it was written, and it's you have to, whatever police agency it is has to maintain a holding cell of some kind. So that's why every county in Florida has to sign it, but just about every city does not. Tallahassee does not, but decided to anyway. TBD claims they're only training 1 officer in street-level enforcement, but they are incentivized to add more officers in exchange for more money from the federal government. We know that money runs, sounds very cynical, but it runs everything. Just as Brandon said, well, how is 1 not going to become 2? How is 2 not going to become 4? And then let just one small incident happen. Suddenly it's going to be 15, or it's going to be even just such a tight working collaboration effort with ICE that it'll be irrelevant however many TPD officers are working. It'll just be ICE will be here all the time. We've made all these arguments before. You know what you can do, and we've talked about legacy, and you've made it clear what you want your legacy to be. I think the most important thing for all of us to remember is that these are our chambers, and while you can vote, and you should vote, you belong here, and you should talk to them. Obviously, they make it hard. They make it that we all have to work till 5. These, you can try to talk after 6. You have a duty to try to come here after 6. You should be in these chambers. These are your chambers, and you deserve to be here. These are your chambers, and you deserve to be here. These are your chambers, and you deserve to be here. We are very proud to speak for the community, but we want everybody to be here so that they understand the community is the community. I don't know. It's hard to come to y'all month after month when y'all know y'all have absolute power and you have no desire to have any. Like you talk about compromise. You don't compromise about this. This is not compromise. The compromise is we only have one officer. And so they take away 130 people, ship them off to Alligator Alcatraz, where we don't even know how many people have died at that concentration camp. Literally a modern concentration camp. That's not a compromise. That is, you get to sit there all comfy, and other people have to worry day by day. With children, they have to feed their children, not know when they're going to be able to next time. That's where you three get to sit there and feel so comfortable about. You have no problem going home as long as other people don't have to.
Our next speaker, please.
Joel Nunez. And then the next speaker will be Ryan Fleming.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Joel Nunez, and I live in Leon County. And I just like to go ahead and say, it's crazy. The people come to you, meeting after meeting. You know, at what point? I see why you guys started having these meetings less frequently. It's clear that you don't want to listen to anything that people have to say on any single issue. The golf course, the hospital, the 287G, the police department, the budget, year after year. You know, people make suggestions, and you guys simply nod and smile and smirk and continue along. You know, why is it that we have a police chief that is so eager to sign these agreements with ICE and a city commission that is so afraid to do anything about it? You know, it's like you guys were put in power by these people in Tallahassee, by the same people that you're voting to terrorize, to oppress. Why is it that we're having these agreements and all we get are these false assurances? Oh, no, TPD officers won't wear masks. Put that in writing. Put that in writing. Why haven't you done that? We're talking about, oh, we've only trained one officer. And you don't mention how 287G incentivizes you guys to train more and more officers to get access to federal resources. I mean, how bloated does the police department need to be? You guys approve budget increases year after year. They're getting a brand new police station built at this very moment. And they're still trying to get more resources for what? To racially profile our community, to police our black communities, to police our Latino communities, to police our workers. All right, you guys act like you're all removed from this, but these are the people that are building your homes. These are the people that are cleaning your country clubs. These are the people that make this country run. And instead of listening to them, you only listen to the people, all these people with the suits, representing business interests, representing developers, representing Trump and DeSantis. You know, you guys might be Democrats, but you'd much sooner listen to your buddies at the Capitol, much sooner progress Trump and DeSantis' agenda than listen to what the people have to say. And the people need to be protected right now. You know, in Alligator Alcatraz, they're using this form of solitary, this 2x2, 4x4, this box that they're sticking people in outside. It's something that breaks international law. And you're you're saying that the police department in Tallahassee should help with this? You have the power to do something about this. You have the power to stand up. You know, it's not, DeSantis might have the power to remove you, but you have the power to at the very least start that fight and bring that fight and unite people around you to fight back against that. And you're not doing that. You're simply letting these things happen. All right. Think about the humanity of your constituents. And think about the people that put you in power, all right? Not just the people that have power.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ryan Fleming, followed by James McAllister.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Ryan Fleming. I live at 111 South Woodard Avenue. We all just witnessed as about 30 different people came up here and told the city commission that they do not want a public golf course with the bodies of formerly enslaved people to be sold to a for-profit country club. Our beloved commissioners then proceeded to ignore all of us. They told us that we do not represent the whole of Tallahassee, that they are voting in favor of what the people that are not here want. But I ask, where are those other people? I understand that not everyone has the time to show up to a city commission meeting, but you'd think at least a few of these people would show up. The only people who spoke in favor of this sale are a member of the country club and a member of the board of FAMU. Both are people that directly, financially benefit from this sale. We are showing up here because we care about the community. If we don't represent that community that we care about, then who does? Tell me how selling this plot of land for a tiny fraction of what it's worth serves the interests of the Tallahassee community. Tell me how driving over the graves of black people serves Tallahassee's 35% black population. This sale represents no one but the country club. It is obvious that the people in front of me do not care about us. In the last city commission meeting, we saw them vote against rescinding our signature on the 287G agreement, which gives police officers ICE powers. As we know, ICE is legally allowed to racially profile people and can and will arrest citizens and non-citizens alike. Their refusal to rescind their signature means that our immigrant neighbors, both documented and undocumented, have to worry that the people that are supposed to protect them might send them to an immigration detention center, which will strip them of their basic human rights by sending them to a detention center, which is with floors covered in toilet water and maggots in their food. Detention centers that hundreds of people seem to have magically disappeared from. Nobody knows what happened to them. The people that are willing to sell off the immigrant members of our community, willing to sell off our public land for the benefit of an exclusive country club, and sell off our public hospital as well, expect us to believe that they represent the interests of the people.
You're at 20 seconds.
This is simply not true. The truth is that no one can represent us but us. While I encourage you all to vote these people out in favor of people that will hopefully listen to us, the only true way that we will build toward a better future is if we get organized.
Thank you.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James McAllister.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is James McAllister, and my address is exempt. I just want to speak briefly about the proposed FSU transfer of property of TMH to FSU. I also want to say I admire these young people who come up here month after month, knowing they're banging their heads against the wall that there's going to be another 3-2 vote after another 3-2 vote, always in the favor of developers. I think the amount of oversight and the studying that's been done on this transfer is frankly shameful. Now we have, reports coming out that Richard McCullough is trying to influence commission members. More recently, it's come out that the executives of St. Joe Company, who I'd also point out are on the FSU Board of Trustees, have sent a letter to TMH demanding that they give in to FSU, or else they'll pull the funding from the Panama City Beach Hospital. Even more recently, I heard from a state representative that FSU is now saying they can't pay FSU back. We're talking about transferring property to FSU, saying they can't even pay TMH back to begin with. It's frankly irresponsible. FSU's shown time and again it's not acting in good faith. I would ask you to please not vote for this deal. I know it's not up today, but in the future, if people have talked about your legacy here, please consider the legacy of this. Because the developers in 10, 20, 30 years are not going to remember any of y'all's names. They'll remember that sucker who transferred the hospital to them. But these people are going to remember your names, and they're going to be up on the dais soon. So please, do not move in favor of this. Slow the deal down. Stop the deal on the TMH transfer.
Our next speaker, please.
That was the last speaker I have, Mayor.
All right, we are on commission discussion. Commissioner Porter, you want to start us off?
I really don't have much voice left.
Understand.
So I think, but I want to thank everyone for coming. I agree with a lot of what's been said. I obviously don't support the 287G agreement. I have many concerns about the TMH and FSU deal, but I'm going to wait until I have a voice to speak a little bit more on those. And this is our last meeting of the year, so I want to wish everyone a happy holidays. Thank you.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 items. The first one, I'd like to request an information item come back on the use of flock cameras in Tallahassee. I've noticed I'm going up across town. Flock operates a private database and captures license plate data and other personal data. There have been reports that it has been accessed by ICE and other outside entities without the explicit consent of the communities they're in. So I would just like an item to come back with where the cameras are, how much money we've spent on them, and who has access to them.
Yeah, no, let's get some answers right now. City Manager.
I think DC Larson probably is our best expert. They're at our meetings, and I believe what's being referred to is the license plate reader system, DC Larson.
The flock specific, not the ones that we've had consistently, the new flock cameras that are going up.
Yes, sir. So Flock is a company that basically provides license plate readers or automated license plate readers throughout the community. Private entities can use those. We basically will contract with them so that we have access to that data. That data is used by us for a myriad of different things, for solving crimes and things like that in the community. We have some that are Flock, that are our cameras, that were part of the school speed zone project. We were provided 30 of those with that project. Because of statutory issues with that, they were not placed in the school zones. They were actually placed in other locations that were more advantageous in reference to violent crimes. Those are the ones that I know of that we have as far as Flock, just off the cuff right now.
Okay, and that data is stored on Flock's private system?
It is. Yes,
okay, and we're compensating the companies to have this?
We have access to those, that information. And the private ones that are throughout the community, like apartment complexes and places like that, will place them different places, and so we'll have access to that information. Obviously, only if there's a criminal predicate. We have policies that keep us from.
Okay, and my concern is not our access to them. It's a private company that we're paying to collect data on people who live here that have access to either other agencies or other private entities. So, I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. I don't know if it's something we can answer today, but I'd like that to come back as an item so we can just review who has access to that data moving forward. And I'll make that a motion.
I have a question.
Question.
DC, Commissioner Matlow said that we're compensating. Are we paying for the data? Or what are we paying for?
Yeah,
or are we paying for anything?
As I understand it, again, this goes through TNI and also just not my division specifically, but through RTCC and contractual information, we'll get information from them. And
so we're purchasing information from them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So when other agencies, say a homicide occurs here, we have a homicide that occurs here. We have a tag of a vehicle that's we're looking for. We will put that information into the system. We'll flag the tag, and if that tag shows up in, say, Panama City because they have a Flock system there, we'll know that our suspect vehicle is in that area, and so we'll end up sending the marshals out, or we'll call another agency to help solve crimes that are here, and that's how we utilize them.
So we're not paying them to collect the data, but we're paying them for the data,
For access.
for access to it.
Yeah, it's the use of the system. To be clear, we're not paying for data, we're paying for the use of the system, kind of like if you think about like Microsoft Office.
Like a subscription?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Got it. So and I hear what Commissioner Mettler is saying, and I share the concern. We're not surveilling with that. When we are solving a crime, then we can access it. Am I hearing that correctly?
Great. So license plate readers in general will sit and take hits of what we'll call a hit of a tag. Those are not accessed unless there's a criminal predicate. We have to put a case number in, say what that case number is related to, figure out what we're doing. We just can't look at tags that just run down a road.
Got it.
If we have a black four-door Mercury with the first 3 digits of this, we might look at those type of tags, figure out what that tag is, somewhere around that crime geographically, et cetera. But very specific what we would look for.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Mettler.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is my understanding, and it may be incorrect or it may be correct. That's why I'm requesting the information to come back. But the cameras that we've paid, that are flock cameras owned by the company, record that data, keep it in a private database. So while we might have a policy of when TPD can access it, that data isn't exclusive just to our ability to access it. And that's what we're trying to determine. And I think that's different than the license plate readers from other companies that we've used.
You're correct, sir. Yes, sir. So that data, again, our ability to go to Panama City and find that vehicle or that tag is maybe the Marshal Service from Texas's ability to hit a tag here. They would be able to search that, find that there was a tag hit here, and then call us and reference the fugitive here. So other agencies can look at those databases and find that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. A motion on the table for an information item. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. Commissioner Mettler, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second issue, Mr. Manager, I sent you an email a couple weeks ago based on the renaming of Best and Brightest Way. Constituents reported in error, the post office renamed kind of the entire street, including the point. We didn't. A week passed, I received no response at all from your office. The constituent recontacted me. At that point, several creditors had flagged his address change. I followed up with your office, and they handled it appropriately and found a resolution with the U.S. Post Office. My question is, as a commissioner, how can I get an answer to constituent issues from your office? I don't get responses. Commissioner Porter doesn't get responses.
Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I think you just described it, Commissioner Madlow. You got the answer. It did lapse when you sent it. If you notice, I didn't respond to you because normally I would not. Somebody would field it, get it to the right area, follow up. Assistant City Manager Doolin did. But when you sent it originally, it wasn't assigned. It should have been assigned. That was an oversight. But that's generally how it works. If there's any number of like service level issues, like a missed garbage, things like this, those come in. We've got a system. It doesn't rely upon me to grab it. Obviously, we want to make sure it's grabbed and put in the right area, and there's follow-up. So that's the normal process.
Okay. And may I make a recommendation is if I send you an email or Commissioner Porter sends you the email, give us a courtesy response, and then it will be more clear to us if it got lapsed or missed going forward. And then my third item is we're approaching, I guess, the end of the negotiations between Florida State and the City of Tallahassee for the sale of the hospital. What's the value amount? What's the city's position that they're asking for the purchase price?
Mr. Manager, any updates?
We're negotiating that. I'd be happy to provide an overview of the negotiation, but that's subject to negotiation. We're very, very close, I think, to
but
finalize
what price
that.
are we pushing for?
That's subject to negotiation.
Well,
I think in fairness.
Mr. Manager, to negotiate, you have to put a dollar amount on the table.
Yes, sir. I'm answering the question.
We're not discussing the negotiation
Yeah,
publicly right now.
But why
Is what
not?
I think the manager is saying, because we do not negotiate contract publicly at.
I'm asking for the information he's already shared with Florida State. Florida State already knows the price that he's asked them for.
Yeah.
We as elected officials and the public are the people being left in the dark, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm aware of the SUS $140 million allocation. Is that the purchase price that you're looking to sell for, or is it higher?
No, sir. We're negotiating that in fairness to even FSU. the commission directed me to negotiate on your behalf. It'll be subject to your approval. We'll bring it back, we'll present it. It's not a simple number. I described the structure at your last meeting in terms of the approach of the agreement with FSU that we're pursuing, and I want to be fair to them as we negotiate, to work through it. And, when we get to a place where we can make a good recommendation to the commission, we will, and we'll bring it back, and it'll be fully available.
Thanks. And have any of the negotiations been done by email or text or documented, or has it all been verbal in calls?
The negotiating happens in person. That's typically how you would do that. So we've had a number of meetings, I don't know, a dozen or half a dozen at least, maybe more. A lot of activity, covered a lot of ground. And I'm pretty optimistic that we're getting pretty close on it.
Okay. Well, here's my issue is we have an asset valued between $500 million and $1 billion owned by the people of Tallahassee. Florida State and the city management have exchanged numbers of what they feel it's worth, and we're expected to, a week before a January meeting, find out what that number is and have the community review it. So what I'm asking for is a little transparency for our community to know that dollar amount in advance and not just a week in advance of the next meeting. I understand you don't want to disclose that information today, and we'll disclose it as needed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Just to be clear, we've not put a date on when we're bringing it back. I think we've said very clearly, we've said it at the meeting, I've said it to others, we're going to take as much time as necessary. Your next meeting is January 14th. To the extent the negotiations are completed at that time, we'll certainly bring it back. It would be my intent that if we complete those earlier than a week in advance, we share the information, but that would be upon completion. But there's no commitment to January. If it takes longer, we'll take longer, and I think that needs to be said. There is no timetable that we're attempting to hit. What we're attempting to do is get a complete agreement. There's been a lot of input from the commission on this. There's a lot of public feedback, and certainly that helps us, and that we're taking that into account. We're being fair to the party we're negotiating with to work through the details in their entirety.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa.
Mayor Pro Tem. Excellent. I'll just close out by saying I know we got a lot of great activities for the holidays. I am sorry that Winterfest was rained out, but it is what it is. And we've got a holiday stroll coming up. Candy Cane Lane is open. We have Elf Night coming up, and we have Soul Santa at our community centers, which is always a good time. I hope everybody has a very safe and happy holidays. And with that, we are adjourned.